Bloody mess, I can tell. A long, drawn-out bloody mess at that. No. Haven't they any hope at all? The questioner was a junior officer newly promoted to company commander. Whitlock sighed. Every place you look, you see problems. Cities vulnerable to any sabotage that stops the food plants, for instance. And the fusion generators ain't exactly eternal either. They're running them hard without enough time off for maintenance. Hadley's operating on its capital, not its income, and pretty soon there's not going to be any capital to operate off of. Ay, Joel, gee. And that's your conclusion, Falkenberg said. It doesn't sound precisely like the perfect place for us to retire to. Sure doesn't, Whitlock agreed. He stretched elaborately. Cut it any way you want to, this place isn't going to be self-sufficient without a lot of blood spill. Could they ask for help from American Express? The junior officer asked. They could ask, but they won't get it, Whitlock said. Son, this planet was neutralized by agreement way back when the CD governor came aboard. Now the Russians aren't going to let a U.S. sailor company like Amex take it back into the U.S. sphere, same as the U.S. out. Won't let the commies come in and set up shop. Grand Senate would order a quarantine on this system just like that. The historian snapped his fingers. Whole purpose of the CoDominium. One thing bothers me, Captain Fast said. You've been assuming that the CD will simply let Hadley revert to barbarism. Won't Burlock and the Colonial Office come back if things get that desperate? No. You seem rather positive, Major Savage observed. I'm positive. Dr. Whitlock said. Budgets got cut again this year. They don't have the resources to take on a place like Hadley. Burlock's got its own worries. But, the lieutenant who'd asked the questions earlier sounded worried. Colonel, what could happen to the Bureau of Relocation? As Dr. Whitlock says no budget, Falkenberg answered. Gentlemen, I shouldn't have to tell you about that. You've seen what the Grand Senate did to the fleet. That's why you're demobilized. And Kaslov's people have several new seats on the Presidium next year, just as Harmon's gang has won some minor elections in the States. Both those outfits want to abolish the CD, and they've had enough influence to get everyone's appropriations cut to the bone. You worry. But population control has to ship people out, sir, the lieutenant protested. Yes. Falkenberg's face was grim. Perhaps he was recalling his own experiences with population control's methods. But they have to employ worlds closer to Earth, regardless of the problems that may cause for the colonists. Marginal exploitation ventures like Hadley's mines are being shut down. This isn't the only planet the CD's abandoning this year. His voice took on a note of thick irony. Excuse me. Granting independence. Wow. So they can't rely on CoDominium help, Captain Fast said. No, if Hadley's going to reach takeoff, it's got to do it on its own. Which Dr. Whitlock says is impossible, Major Savage observed. John, we've got ourselves into a cleft stick, haven't we? I said it was unlikely, not that it was impossible, Whitlock reminded them. It'll take a government stronger than anything Hadley's liable to get, though. And some smart people making the right moves. Or maybe there'll be some luck. Like a good selective play. Now that'd do it. Played to kill off the right people. But if it got too many, there wouldn't be enough left to take advantage of the technology. So I don't suppose that's the answer either. No, sounds old. Don't let me guiding Joe. Falkenberg nodded grimly. Thank you, Dr. Whitlock. Now, gentlemen, I want battalion commanders and headquarters officers to read Dr. Whitlock's report. Meanwhile, we have another item. Major Savage will shortly make a report to the Progressive Party cabinet, and I want you to pay attention. We will have a critique after his presentation. Major? Savage stood and went to the readout screen. Gentlemen, he used the wall console to bring an organization chart onto the screen. The regiment consists of approximately 2,000 officers and men. Of these, 500 are former Marines, and another 500 are progressive partisans, organized under officers appointed by Mr. Vice President Brad. The other 1,000 are general recruits. Some of them are passable mercenaries, and some are local youngsters who want to play soldier and would be better off in a National Guard. All recruits have received basic training comparable to CD Marine Ground Basic without assault, fleet, or jump schooling. Their performance has been somewhat better than we might expect from a comparable number of Marine recruits in CD service. This morning, Mr. Bradford ordered the Colonel to remove the last of our officers and non-coms from the 4th Battalion, and as of this PM, the 4th will be totally under the control of officers appointed by First Vice President Bradford. He has not informed us of the reason for this order. Falkenberg nodded. In your estimate, Major, are the troops ready for combat duties? Falkenberg listened idly as he drank coffee. The briefing was rehearsed, and he knew what Savage would answer. The men were trained, but they did not as yet make up a combat unit. Falkenberg waited until Savage had finished the presentation. Recommendations? Recommended that the 2nd Battalion be integrated with the 1st, sir. Normal practice is to form each maniple with 1 recruit, 3 privates, and a monitor in charge. With equal numbers of new men and veterans, we will have a higher proportion of recruits, but this will give us 2 battalions of men under our veteran NCOs, with Marine privates for leaving it. We will thus break up the provisional training organization and set up the regiment with a new permanent structure, 1st and 2nd battalions for combat duties, 3rd composed of locals with former Marine officers. The 4th will not be under our command. Your reasons for this organization? Falkenberg asked. Morale, sir. The new troops feel discriminated against. They're under harsher discipline than the former Marines, and they resent it. Putting them in the same maniples with the Marines will stop that. Let's see the new structure. Savage manipulated the input console and charts swam across the screen. The administrative structure was standard, based in part on the CD Marines and the rest on the National Armies of Churchill. That wasn't the important part. It wasn't obvious, but the structure demanded that all the key posts be held by Falkenberg's mercenaries. The best progressive appointees were either in the 3rd or 4th battalions, and there were no locals with the proper command experience, so went the justification. It looked good to Falkenberg, and there was no sound military reason to question it. Bradford would be so pleased about his new control of the 4th that he wouldn't look at the rest, not yet anyway. The others didn't know enough to question it. Yes, Falkenberg thought. It ought to work. He waited until Savage was finished and thanked him, then addressed the others. Gentlemen, if you have criticisms, let's hear them now. I want a solid front when we get to the cabinet meeting tomorrow, and I want every one of you ready to answer any question. I don't have to tell you how important it is that they buy this. They all nodded. And another thing, Falkenberg said. Sergeant Major, as soon as the cabinet has bought off on this new organization plan, I want this regiment under normal discipline. Break it to 'em hard, top soldier. Tell the 42nd the act's over. From here on, recruits and old hands get treated alike, and the next man who gives me trouble will wish he hadn't been born. Sir, Calvin smiled happily. The last months had been a strain for everyone. Now the colonel was taking over again, thank God. The men had lost some of the edge, but he'd soon put it back again. It was time to take off the masks, and Calvin, for one, was glad of it. The sound of 50,000 people shouting in unison can be terrifying. It raises fears at a level below thought, creates a panic older than the fear of nuclear weapons and the whole panoply of technology. It is raw, naked power from a cauldron of sound. Everyone in the palace listened to the chanting crowd. The government people were outwardly calm, but they moved quietly through the halls and spoke in low tones, or shouted for no reason. The palace was filled with a nameless fear. The cabinet meeting started at dawn and continued until late in the morning. It had gone on and on without settling anything. Just before noon, Vice President Bradford stood at his place at the council table, with his lips tight in rage. He pointed a trembling finger at George Hamner. "It's your fault," Bradford shouted. "Now the technicians have joined in the demand for a new constitution, and you control them. I've always said you were a traitor to the Progressive Party." "Gentlemen, please," President Boudreau insisted. His voice held infinite weariness. "Come now, that sort of language." "Traitor?" Hamner demanded. "If your blasted officials would pay a little attention to the technicians, this wouldn't have happened. In 3 months, you've managed to convert the techs from the staunchest supporters of this party into allies of the rebels despite everything I could do." "We need strong government," Bradford said. His voice was contemptuous, and the little half-smile had returned. George Hamner made a strong effort to control his anger. "You won't get it this way. You've herded my techs around like cattle, worked them overtime for no extra pay, and set those damn soldiers of yours onto them when they protested. It's worth a man's life to have your constabulary mount at him." "Nay. Resisting the police," Bradford said. "We can't permit that." "You don't know what government is," Hamner said. His control vanished, and he stood, towering above Bradford. The little man retreated a step, and his smile froze. "You've got the nerve to call me a traitor after all you've done. I ought to break your neck." "Gentlemen." Boudreau stood at his place at the head of the table. "Stop it." There was a roar from the stadium. The palace seemed to vibrate to the shouts of the Constitutional Convention. The cabinet room became silent for a moment. Wearily, Boudreau continued. "This isn't getting us anywhere. I suggest we adjourn for half an hour to allow tempers to cool." There was murmured agreement from the others. "And I want no more of these accusations and threats when we convene again," President Boudreau said. "Is that understood?" Grudgingly, the others agreed. Boudreau left alone. Then Bradford, followed by a handful of his closest supporters. Other ministers rushed to be seen leaving with him, as if it might be dangerous to be thought in opposition to the first vice president. George Hamner found himself alone in the room. He shrugged and went out. Ernest Bradford had been joined by a man in uniform. Hamner recognized Lieutenant Colonel Cordova, commander of the 4th Battalion of Constabulary, and a fanatic Bradford supporter. Hamner remembered when Bradford had first proposed a commission for Cordova, and how unimportant it had seemed then. Bradford's group went down the hall. They seemed to be whispering something together and making a point of excluding the second vice president. Hamner merely shrugged. "Buy you a coffee?" The voice came from behind and startled George. He turned to see Falkenberg. "Sure. Not that it's going to do any good." "We're in trouble, Colonel." "Anything decided?" Falkenberg asked. "It's been a long wait. And a useless one. They ought to invite you into the cabinet meetings. You might have some good advice. There's sure as hell no reason to keep you waiting in an anteroom while we yell at each other. I've tried to change that policy, but I'm not too popular right now." There was another shout from the stadium. "Whole government's not too popular," Falkenberg said. "And when that convention gets through—" "Another thing I tried to stop last week," George told him. But Boudreau didn't have the guts to stand up to them. "So now we've got 50,000 drifters, with nothing better to do, sitting as an assembly of the people. That ought to produce quite a constitution." "Nitty sire without try." Falkenberg shrugged. He might have been about to say something, George thought, but if he were, he changed his mind. They reached the executive dining room and took seats near one wall. Bradford's group had a table across the room from them, and all of Bradford's people looked at them with suspicion. "You'll get tagged as a traitor for sitting with me, Colonel." Hamner laughed, but his voice was serious. "I think I meant that, you know. Bradford's blaming me for our problems with the techs, and between us, he's also insisting that you aren't doing enough to restore order in the city." Falkenberg ordered coffee. "Do I need to explain to you why we haven't?" "No. George Hamner's huge hand engulfed a water glass. God knows you've been given almost no support the last couple of months. Impossible orders, and you've never been allowed to do anything decisive. I see you've stopped the raids on rebel headquarters. Nasriyar. Falkenberg nodded. We weren't catching anyone. Too many leaks in the palace. And most of the time, the 4th Battalion had already muddied the water. If they'd let us do our job instead of having to ask permission through channels for every operation we undertake, maybe the enemy wouldn't know as much about what we're going to do. Now, I've quit asking. You've done pretty well with the railroad. Yes, that's one success anyway. Things are pretty quiet out in the country where we're on our own. Odd, isn't it, that the closer we are to the expert supervision of the government, the less effective my men seem to be. But can't you control Cordova's men? They're causing more people to desert us for the rebels than you can count. I can't believe unrestrained brutality is useful. Nor I. Unless there's a purpose to it, force isn't a very effective instrument of government. But surely you know, Mr. Hamner, that I have no control over the 4th. Mr. Hall, Bradford has been expanding it since he took control, and it's now almost as large as the rest of the regiment. And totally under his control, not mine. Now, Bradford accused me of being a traitor, Hamner said carefully. With his own army, he might have something planned. You once thought that of me, Falkenberg said. This is very serious, Hamner said. Ernie Bradford has built an army only he controls, and he's making wild accusations. Falkenberg smiled grimly. I wouldn't worry about it too much. You wouldn't? No, you wouldn't. But I'm scared, Colonel. I've got my family to think of, and I'm plenty scared. Well, George thought, now it's out in the open. Can I trust him not to be Ernie Bradford's man? You believe Bradford is planning an illegal move? Falkenberg asked. I don't know. Suddenly George was afraid again. He saw no sympathy in the other man's eyes. And just who can I trust? Who? Anyone? Would you feel safer if your family were in our regimental barracks? Falkenberg asked. It could be arranged. It's about time we had something out, George said at last. Yes, I'd feel safer with my wife and children under protection. But I'd feel safer yet if you'd level with. About what? Falkenberg's expression didn't change. Those Marines of yours to begin with, George said. Those aren't penal battalion men. I've watched them. They're too well disciplined. And the battle banners they carry weren't won in any peanut actions on this planet or anywhere else. Just who were those men, Colonel? John Falkenberg smiled thinly. I've been wondering when you'd ask. Why haven't you brought this up with President Budrow? I don't know. I think because I trust you more than Bradford, and the President would only ask him. Besides, if the President dismissed you, there'd be nobody able to oppose Ernie. If you will oppose him, that is, but you can stand up to him anyway. You oughtn't say. What makes you think I would? Falkenberg asked. I obey the lawful orders of the civilian government. Yeah, sure. Hadley's going downhill so fast another conspiracy, more or less, can't make any difference anyway. You haven't answered my question. The battle banners are from the 42nd CD Marine Regiment, Falkenberg answered slowly. It was decommissioned as part of the budget cuts. 42nd, Hamner thought for a second. He searched through his mental files to find the information he'd seen on Falkenberg. That was your regiment. Certainly. You brought it with you. A battalion of it, John Falkenberg agreed. Their women are waiting to join them when we get settled. When the 42nd was decommissioned, the men decided to stay together if they could. So you brought not only the officers, but the men as well. Yes. There was still no change in Falkenberg's expression, although Hamner searched the other man's face closely. George felt both fear and relief. If those were Falkenberg's men, what is your game, Colonel? You want more than just pay for your troops. I wonder if I shouldn't be more afraid of you than of Bradford. Falkenberg shrugged. Decisions you have to make, Mr. Hamner. I could give you my word that we mean you no harm, but what would that be worth? I will pledge to take care of your family, if you want us to." There was another shout from the stadium, louder this time. Bradford and Lieutenant Colonel Cordova left their table, still talking in low tones. The conversation was animated with violent gestures, as if Cordova were trying to talk Bradford into something. As they left, Bradford agreed. George watched them leave the room. The mob shouted again, making up his mind for him. "I'll send Laura and the kids over to your headquarters this afternoon." "Better make it immediately," Falkenberg said calmly. George frowned. "You mean there's not much time? Whatever you've got planned, it'll have to be quick, but this afternoon." John shook his head. "You seem to think I have some kind of master plan, Mr. Vice President, or what?" "No, Chow. I suggest you get your wife to our barracks before I'm ordered not to undertake her protection, that's all. For the rest, I'm only a soldier in a political situation." "Now I see ya. With Professor Whitlock to advise you," Hamner said. He looked closely at Falkenberg. "Surprised you with that one, didn't I?" Hamner demanded. "I've seen Whitlock moving around and wondered why he didn't come to the president. He must have 50 political agents in the convention right now." "You do seem observant," Falkenberg said. "Sure. Yahweh, anyone see." Hamner was bitter. "What the hell good does it do me? I don't understand anything that's going on, and I don't trust anybody. I see pieces of the puzzle, but I can't put them together. Sometimes I think I should use what influence I've got left to get you out of the picture anyway." "Yeah, Johnny and Adele." "As you will." Falkenberg's smile was coldly polite. "Whom do you suggest as guards for your family after that?" "The chief of police." "Listen." The stadium roared again in an angry sound that swelled in volume. "You win." Hamner left the table and walked slowly back to the council room. His head swirled. Only one thing stood out clearly. John Christian Falkenberg controlled the only military force on Hadley that could oppose Bradford's people, and the Freedom Party gangsters, who were the original enemies in the first place. "Can't forget them just because I'm getting scared of Ernie," George thought. He turned away from the council room and went downstairs to the apartment he'd been assigned. The sooner Laura was in the Marine barracks, the safer he'd feel. But am I sending her to my enemies? Oh God, can I trust anyone at all? Boris said he was an honorable man. Keep remembering that. Keep remembering that. Honor ... Falkenberg has honor, and Ernie Bradford has none. And me? What have I got for leaving the Freedom Party and bringing my technicians over to the Progressives? A meaningless title as second vice president, and the crowd screamed again. "Power to the people!" George heard and walked faster. Bradford's grin was back. It was the first thing George noticed as he came into the council chamber. The little man stood at the table with an amused smile. It seemed quite genuine, and more than a little frightening. "Ah, here is our noble Minister of Technology and second Vice President," Bradford grinned. "Just in time. Mr. President, that gang out there's threatening the city. I am sure you will all be pleased to know that I've taken steps to end the situation." "What have you done?" George demanded. Bradford's smile broadened even more. "At this moment, Colonel Cordova is arresting the leaders of the opposition, including Mr. President, the leaders of the Engineers and Technicians Association, who have joined them. This rebellion will be over within the hour." Hamner stared at the man. "You fool! You'll have every technician in the city joining the Freedom Party gang, and the techs control the power plants, our last influence over the crowd. You bloody damn fool!" Bradford spoke with exaggerated politeness. "I thought you would be pleased, George, to see the rebellion end so easily. Naturally, I've sent men to secure the power plants. Listen." The crowd outside wasn't chanting anymore. There was a confused babble, then a welling of sound that turned ugly. No coherent words reached them, only the ugly, angry roars. Then, there was a rapid fusillade of shots. My God! President Boudreaux stared wildly in confusion. What's happening? Who are they shooting at? Have you started open war? It takes stern measures, Mr. President, Bradford said. Perhaps too stern for you? He shook his head slightly. The time has come for harsh measures, Mr. President. Hadley cannot be governed by weak-willed men. Our future belongs to those who have the will to grasp it. George Hamner turned toward the door. Before he could reach it, Bradford called to him. Please, George. His voice was filled with concern. I'm afraid you can't leave just yet. It wouldn't be safe for you. I took the liberty of ordering Colonel Cordova's men to, guard this room while my troops restore order. Now, an uneasy quiet had settled on the stadium, and they waited for a long time. Then there were screams and more shots. The sounds moved closer, as if they were outside the stadium as well as in it. Bradford frowned, but no one said anything. They waited for what seemed a lifetime as the firing continued. Guns, shouts, screams, sirens, and alarms, those and more, all in confusion. The door burst open. Cordova came in. He now wore the insignia of a full colonel. He looked around the room until he found Bradford. Sir, could you come outside a moment, please? You will make your report to the cabinet, President Boudreaux ordered. Cordova glanced at Bradford. Now, sir. Cordova still looked to Bradford. The vice president nodded slightly. Very well, sir, the young officer said. As directed by the vice president, elements of the 4th Battalion proceeded to the stadium and arrested some 50 leaders of the so-called Constitutional Convention. Our plan was to enter quickly and take the men out through the presidential box and into the palace. However, when we attempted to make the arrests, we were opposed by armed men, many in the uniforms of household guards. We were told there were no weapons in the stadium, but this was in error. The crowd overpowered my officers and released their prisoners. When we attempted to recover them, we were attacked by the mob and forced to fight our way out of the stadium. Good Lord, Boudreaux sighed. How many hurt? The power plants. Did you secure them? Hamner demanded. Cordova looked miserable. No, sir. My men were not admitted. A council of technicians and engineers holds the power plants, and they threaten to destroy them if we attempt forcible entry. We have tried to seal them off from outside support, but I don't think we can keep order with only my battalion. We will need all the constabulary army to... Idiot! Hamner clutched at his left fist with his right and squeezed until it hurt. A council of technicians. I'll know most of them. My friends. Or they used to be. Will any of them trust me now? At least Bradford didn't control the fusion plants. What is the current status outside? President Boudreaux demanded. They could still hear firing in the streets. There's a mob barricaded in the market, and another in the theater across from the palace, sir. My troops are trying to dislodge them. Cordova's voice was apologetic. Trying? I take it they aren't likely to succeed. Boudreaux rose and went to the anteroom door. Colonel Falkenberg? He called. Yes, sir. Falkenberg entered the room as the president beckoned. Colonel, are you familiar with the situation outside? Yes, Mr. President. Damn it, man. Can you do something? What does the president suggest I do? Falkenberg looked at the cabinet members. For 3 months we have attempted to preserve order in the city. We were not able to do so even with the cooperation of the technicians. It wasn't my fault. Lieutenant Colonel Cordova began. I did not invite you to speak. Falkenberg's lips were set in a grim line. Gentlemen, you now have open rebellion and simultaneously have alienated one of the most powerful blocs within your party. We no longer control either the power plants or the food processing centers. I repeat, what does the president suggest I do? Boudreaux nodded. Fair enough criticism. He was interrupted by Bradford. Drive that mob off the streets. Use those precious troops of yours to fight. That's what you're here for. Certainly, Falkenberg said. Will the president sign a proclamation of martial law? Boudreaux nodded reluctantly. I suppose I have to. Very well, Falkenberg said. Hamner looked up suddenly. What had he detected in Falkenberg's voice and manner? Something important? It is standard for politicians to get themselves into a situation that only the military can get them out of. It is also standard for them to blame the military afterwards, Falkenberg said. I am willing to accept responsibility for enforcing martial law, but I must have command of all government forces. I will not attempt to restore order when some of the troops are not responsive to my policies. No! Bradford leaped to his feet. The chair crashed to the floor behind him. I see what you're doing. You're against me too. That's why it was never time to move, never time for me to be president. You want control of this planet for yourself. Well, you won't get away with it, you cheap dictator. Cordova, arrest that man. Cordova licked his lips and looked at Falkenberg. Both soldiers were armed. Cordova decided not to chance it. Lieutenant Hargreave, he called. The door to the anteroom opened wide. No one came in. Hargreave! Cordova shouted again. He put his hand on the pistol bolstered at his belt. You're under arrest, Colonel Falkenberg. Indeed. This is absurd, Boudreaux shouted. Colonel Cordova, take your hand off that weapon. I will not have my cabinet meeting turned into a farce. For a moment nothing happened. The room was very still, and Cordova looked from Boudreaux to Bradford, wondering what to do now. Then Bradford faced the president. You too, old man. Arrest Mr. Boudreaux as well, Colonel Cordova. As for you, Mr. Traitor George Hamner, you'll get what's coming to you. I have men all through this palace. I knew I might have to do this. You knew. What is this, Ernest? President Boudreaux seemed bewildered, and his voice was plaintive. What are you doing? Oh, shut up, old man, Bradford snarled. I suppose you'll have to be shot as well. I think we have heard enough, Falkenberg said distinctly. His voice rang through the room, although he hadn't shouted. And I refuse to be arrested. Kill him! Bradford shouted. He reached under his tunic. Cordova drew his pistol. It had not cleared the holster when there were shots from the doorway. Their sharp barks filled the room, and Hamner's ears rang from the muzzle blast. Bradford spun toward the door with a surprised look. Then his eyes glazed, and he slid to the floor, the half-smile still on his lips. There were more shots, and the crash of automatic weapons, and Cordova was flung against the wall of the council chamber. He was held there by the smashing bullets. Bright red blotches spurted across his uniform. Sergeant Major Calvin came into the room with 3 Marines in battle dress, leather over bulging body armor. Their helmets were dull in the bright blue-tinted sunlight streaming through the chamber's windows. Falkenberg nodded and holstered his pistol. All secure, Sergeant Major? Sir. Falkenberg nodded again. To quote Mr. Bradford, I took the liberty of securing the corridors, Mr. President. Now, sir, if you will issue that proclamation, I'll see to the situation in the streets outside. Sergeant Major. Sir, do you have the proclamation of martial law that Captain Fast drew up? Sir. Calvin removed a rolled document from a pocket of his leather tunic. Falkenberg took it and laid it on the table in front of President Boudreaux. But Boudreaux's tone was hopeless. All right. Not that there's much chance. He looked at Bradford's body and shuddered. He was ready to kill me, Boudreaux muttered. The president seemed confused. Too much had happened, and there was too much to do. The battle sounds outside were louder, and the council room was filled with the sharp copper odor of fresh blood. Boudreaux drew the parchment toward himself and glanced at it, then took out a pen from his pocket. He scrawled his signature across it and handed it to Hamner to witness. You'd better speak to the president's guard, Falkenberg said. They won't know what to do. Aren't you going to use them in the street fight? Hamner asked. Falkenberg shook his head. I doubt if they'd fight. They have too many friends among the rebels. They'll protect the palace, but they won't be reliable for anything else. Have we got a chance? Hamner asked. Boudreaux looked up from his reverie at the head of the table. Yes, have we? Possibly, Falkenberg said. Depends on how good the people we're fighting are. If their commander is half as good as I think he is, we won't win this battle. One Bakar, Dovial, Din Dafsiswo. God damn it, we won't do it. Lieutenant Martin Latham stared in horror at Captain Fast. That market's a death trap. These men didn't join to attack across open streets against rioters in safe positions. No, you joined to be glorified police, Captain Fast said calmly. Now you've let things get out of hand. Who better to put them right again? The 4th Battalion takes orders from Colonel Cordova, not you. Latham looked around for support. Several squads of the 4th were within hearing, and he felt reassured. They stood in a deep indentation of the palace wall. Just outside and around the corner of the indentation, they could hear sporadic firing as the other units of the regiment kept the rebels occupied. Latham felt safe here, but out there? No, he repeated. It's suicide. So is refusal to obey orders, Amos Fast said quietly. Don't look around and don't raise your voice. Now, glance behind me at the palace walls. Latham saw them. A flash from a gun barrel, blurs as leather-clad figures settled in on the walls and in the windows overlooking the niche. If you don't make the attack, you will be disarmed and tried for cowardice in the face of the enemy, Fast said quietly. There can be only one outcome of that trial. And only one penalty. You're better off making the assault. We'll support you in that. Yeah. Why are you doing this? Martin Latham demanded. You caused the problem, Fast said. Now, get ready. When you've entered the market square, the rest of the outfit will move up in support. The assault was successful, but it cost the 4th heavily. After that came another series of fierce attacks. When they were finished, the rioters had been driven from the immediate area of the palace, but Falkenberg's regiment paid for every meter gained. Whenever they took a building, the enemy left it blazing. When the regiment trapped one large group of rebels, Falkenberg was forced to abandon the assault to aid in evacuating a hospital that the enemy put to the torch. Within 3 hours, fires were raging all around the palace. There was no one in the council chamber with Boudreaux and Hammer. The bodies had been removed, and the floor mopped. But it seemed to George Hamner that the room would always smell of death, and he could not keep his eyes from straying from time to time, from staring at the neat line of holes stitched at chest height along the rich wood paneling. Falkenberg came in. Your family is safe, Mr. Hamner. He turned to the president. Ready to report, sir. Boudreaux looked up with haunted eyes. The sound of gunfire was faint, but still audible. They have good leaders, Falkenberg reported. When they left the stadium, they went immediately to the police barracks. They took the weapons and distributed them to their allies, after butchering the police. They murdered. Certainly, Falkenberg said. They wanted the police building as a fortress. And we're not fighting a mere mob out there, Mr. President. We have repeatedly run against well-armed men with training. Household forces. I will attempt another assault in the morning, but for now, Mr. President, we don't hold much more than a kilometer around the palace. The fires burned all night, but there was little fighting. The regiment held the palace with bivouac in the courtyard, and if anyone questioned why the 4th was encamped in the center of the courtyard, with other troops all around them, they did so silently. Lieutenant Martin Latham might have had an answer for any such questioner, but he lay under Hadley's flag in the honor hall outside the hospital. In the morning, the assaults began again. The regiment moved out in thin streams, infiltrating weak spots, bypassing strong, until it had cleared a large area outside the palace again. Then it came against another well-fortified position. An hour later, the regiment was heavily engaged against rooftop snipers, barricaded streets, and everywhere burning buildings. Maniples and squads attempted to get through and into the buildings beyond, but were turned back. The 4th was decimated in repeated assaults against the barricades. George Hamner had come with Falkenberg and stood in the field headquarters. He watched another platoon assault of the 4th beaten back. "They're pretty good men," he mused. "They'll do, now," Falkenberg said. "But you've used them up pretty fast." "Not entirely by choice," Falkenberg said. "The president has ordered me to break the enemy resistance. That squanders soldiers. I'd as soon use the 4th as blunt the fighting edge of the rest of the regiment. But we're not getting anywhere. No, the opposition's too good, and there are too many of them. We can't get them concentrated for a set battle, and when we do catch them, they set fire to part of the city and retreat under cover of the flames." A communications corporal beckoned urgently, and Falkenberg went to the low table with its array of electronics. He took the offered earphone and listened, then raised a mic. "Fall back to the palace," Falkenberg ordered. "You're retreating?" Hamner demanded. Falkenberg shrugged. "I have no choice. I can't hold this thin a perimeter, and I have only 2 battalions. Plus, what's left of the 4th. Where's the 3rd? The progressive partisans? My people? Out at the power plants and food centers," Falkenberg answered. "We can't break in without giving the techs time to wreck the place, but we can keep any more rebels from getting in. The 3rd isn't as well trained as the rest of the regiment, and besides, the techs may trust them." They walked back through burned-out streets. The sounds of fighting followed them as the regiment retreated. Civilian workers fought the fires and cared for the wounded and dead. "Hopeless," George Hamner thought. "Hopeless. I don't know why I thought Falkenberg would pull some kind of rabbit out of the hat once Bradford was gone. What could he do? What can anyone do?" Worried-looking presidential guards let them into the palace and swung the heavy doors shut behind them. The guards held the palace, but would not go outside. President Budrow was in his ornate office with Lieutenant Banners. "I was going to send for you," Budrow said. "We can't win this, can we?" "Not the way it's going," Falkenberg answered. Hamner nodded agreement. Budrow nodded rapidly, as if to himself. His face was a mask of lost hopes. "That's what I thought. Pull your men back to barracks, Colonel. I'm going to surrender." "But you can't," George protested. "Everything we've dreamed of. You'll doom Hadley. The Freedom Party can't govern." "Precisely. And you see it too, don't you, George? How much governing are we doing? Before it came to an open break, perhaps we had a chance. Not now. Bring your men back to the palace, Colonel Falkenberg, or are you going to refuse?" "No, sir. The men are retreating already. They'll be here in half an hour." Budrow sighed loudly. "I told you the military answer wouldn't work here, Falkenberg. We might have accomplished something in the past months if we'd been given the chance." "You might." The president was too tired to argue. "But putting the blame on poor Ernie won't help. He must have been insane." "But this isn't 3 months ago, Colonel. It's not even yesterday. I might have reached a compromise before the fighting started, but I didn't, and you've lost. You're not doing much besides burning down the city. At least I can spare Hadley that. Banners, go tell the Freedom Party leaders I can't take any more." "Not only. Oh." The guard officer saluted and left, his face an unreadable mask. Budrow watched him leave the office. His eyes focused far beyond the walls with their earth decorations. "So you're resigning," Falkenberg said slowly. Budrow nodded. "Have you resigned, sir?" Falkenberg demanded. "Yes, blast you. Banners has my resignation." "And what will you do now?" George Hamner asked. His voice held both contempt and amazement. He had always admired and respected Budrow. And now what had Hadley's great leader left them? "Banners has promised to get me out of here," Budrow said. "He has a boat in the harbor. We'll sail up the coast and land, then go inland to the mines. There'll be a starship there next week, and I can get out on that with my family. You'd better come with me, George." The president put both hands over his face, then looked up. "There's a lot of relief in giving in, did you know? What will you do, Colonel Falkenberg?" "We'll manage," There are plenty of boats in the harbor if we need one, but it is very likely that the new government will need trained soldiers. The perfect mercenary, Budrow said with contempt. He sighed, then sent his eyes searching around the office, lingering on familiar objects. It's a relief. I don't have to decide things anymore. He stood and his shoulders were no longer stooped. I'll get the family. You'd better be moving too, George. Nay, email. I'll be along, sir. Don't wait for us. As the colonel says, there are plenty of boats. He waited until Budrow had left the office, then turned to Falkenberg. All right, what now? Now we do what we came here to do, Falkenberg said. He went to the president's desk and examined the phones, but rejected them for a pocket communicator. He lifted it and spoke at length. Just what are you doing? Hamner demanded. You're not president yet, Falkenberg said. You won't be until you're sworn in, and that won't happen until I've finished. And there's nobody to accept your resignation either. What the hell? Hamner looked closely at Falkenberg, but he could not read the officer's expression. You do have an idea. Let's hear it. You're not president yet, Falkenberg said. Under Budrow's proclamation of martial law, I'm to take whatever actions I think are required to restore order in refuge. That order's valid until a new president removes it. And at the moment, there's no president. No. But Budrow's surrendered. The Freedom Party will elect a president. Under Hadley's constitution, only the Senate and Assembly in joint session can alter the order of succession. They're scattered across the city and their meeting chambers have been burned. Sergeant Major Calvin and several of Falkenberg's aides came to the door. They stood, waiting. I'm playing guardhouse lawyer, Falkenberg said. But President Budrow doesn't have the authority to appoint a new president. With Bradford dead, you're in charge here, but not until you appear before a magistrate and take the oath of office. This doesn't make sense, Hamner protested. How long do you think you can stay in control here anyway? As long as I have to. Falkenberg turned to an aide. Corporal, I want Mr. B. Hamner to stay with me, and you with him. You will treat him with respect, but he goes nowhere and sees no one without my permission. Understood? Sir. And now what? Hamner asked. And now we wait, John Falkenberg said softly. But not too long. George Hamner sat in the council chambers with his back to the stained and punctured wall. He tried to forget those stains, but he couldn't. Falkenberg was across from him, and his aides sat at the far end of the table. Communications gear had been spread across one side table, but there was no situation map. Falkenberg had not moved his command post here. From time to time, officers brought him battle reports, but Falkenberg hardly listened to them. However, when one of the aides reported that Dr. Whitlock was calling, Falkenberg took the earphones immediately. George couldn't hear what Whitlock was saying, and Falkenberg's end of the conversation consisted of monosyllables. The only thing George was sure of was that Falkenberg was very interested in what his political agent was doing. The regiment had fought its way back to the palace and was now in the courtyard. The palace entrances were held by the Presidential Guard, and the fighting had stopped. The rebels left the guardsmen alone, and an uneasy truce settled across the city of refuge. They're going into the stadium, sir, Captain Fast reported. That cheer you heard was when banners gave the president's resignation. I see. Thank you, Captain. Falkenberg motioned for more coffee. He offered a cup to George, but the vice president didn't want any. How long does this go on? George demanded. Not much longer. Hear them cheering? They sat for another hour, Falkenberg with outward calm, Hamner with growing tension. Then Dr. Whitlock came to the council room. The tall civilian looked at Falkenberg and Hamner, then sat easily in the president's chair. Don't reckon I'll have another chance to sit in the seat of the mighty, he grinned. But what is happening? Hamner demanded. Whitlock shrugged. It's about like Colonel Falkenberg figure. Mobs moved right into the stadium. Nobody wants to be left out now they think they've won. They've rounded up what senators they could find, and now they're fixing to elect themselves a new president. I never... But that election won't be valid, Hamner said. No, sir, but that don't seem to slow 'em down a bit. They figure they won the right, I guess. And the guard has already said they're going to honor the people's choice. Whitlock smiled ironically. How many of my technicians are out there in that mob? Hamner asked. They'd listen to me. I know they would. They might at that, Whitlock said. But there's not so many as there used to be. Most of 'em couldn't stomach the burning and looting. Still, there's a fair number. Can you get them out? Falkenberg asked. Doing that right now, Whitlock grinned. One reason I come up here was to get Mr. Hamner to help with that. I got my people going round telling the technicians they already got Mr. Hamner as president, so why they want somebody else? It's working too, but a few words from their leader here might help. Right, Falkenberg said. Well, sir? I don't know what to say, George protested. Falkenberg went to the wall control panel. Mr. Pournelle, on Vigo Zorl, it down ya. Vice President, I can't give you orders, but I'd suggest you simply make a few promises. Tell them you will shortly assume command and that things will be different. Then order them to go home or face charges as rebels. Or ask them to go home as a favor to you. Whatever you think will work. It wasn't much of a speech, and from the roar outside the crowd did not hear much of it anyway. George promised amnesty for anyone who left the stadium and tried to appeal to the progressives who were caught up in the rebellion. When he put down the microphone, Falkenberg seemed pleased. Half an hour, Dr. Whitlock? Falkenberg asked. About that, the historian agreed. All that's leaving will be gone by then. Let's go, Mr. President. Falkenberg was insistent. Where? Hamner asked. To see the end of this. Do you want to watch, or would you rather join your family? You can go anywhere you like, except to a magistrate, or to someone who might accept your resignation. Colonel, this is ridiculous. You can't force me to be president, and I don't understand what's going on. Falkenberg's smile was grim. Nor do I want you to understand, yet. You'll have enough trouble living with yourself as it is. Let's go. George Hamner followed. His throat was dry, and his guts felt as if they'd knotted themselves into a tight ball. The 1st and 2nd battalions were assembled in the palace courtyard. The men stood in ranks. Their synthel leather battle dress was stained with dirt and smoke from the street fighting. Armor bulged under their uniforms. The men were silent, and Hamner thought they might have been carved from stone. Follow me, Falkenberg ordered. He led the way to the stadium entrance. Lieutenant Banners stood in the doorway. Halt, Banners commanded. Really, Lieutenant? Would you fight my troops? Falkenberg indicated the grim lines behind him. Lieutenant Banners gulped. Hamner thought the guard officer looked very young. No, sir, Banners protested. But we have barred the doors. The emergency meeting of the Assembly and Senate is electing a new president out there, and we will not permit your mercenaries to interfere. No. They have not elected anyone, Falkenberg said. No, sir. But when they do, the Guard will be under his command. I have orders from Vice President Hamner to arrest the leaders of the rebellion and a valid proclamation of martial law, Falkenberg insisted. I'm sorry, sir. Banner seemed to mean it. Our Council of Officers has decided that President Butters' surrender is valid. We intend to honor it. I see. Falkenberg withdrew. He motioned to his aides, and Hamner joined the group. No one objected. Hadn't expected this, Falkenberg said. It would take a week to fight through those guard rooms. He thought for a moment. Give me your keys, he snapped at Hamner. Bewildered, George took them out. Falkenberg grinned widely. There's another way into there, you know. Major Savage. Take G and H companies of 2nd Battalion to secure the stadium exits. Dig yourselves in and set up all weapons. Arrest anyone who comes out. I'm going. Sir, die D. Dig in pretty good, Jeremy. They may be coming out fighting, but I don't expect them to be well organized. Do we fire on armed men? Without warning, Major. Without warning. Sergeant Major, bring the rest of the troops with me. Major, you'll have 20 minutes. Falkenberg led his troops across the courtyard to the tunnel entrance and used Hamner's keys to unlock the doors. Falkenberg ignored him. He led the troops down the stairway and across, under the field. George Hamner stayed close to Falkenberg. He could hear the long column of armed men tramp behind him. They moved up stairways on the other side, marching briskly until George was panting. The men didn't seem to notice. Gravity difference, Hamner thought. And training. They reached the top and deployed along the passageways. Falkenberg stationed men at each exit and came back to the center doors. Then he waited. The tension grew. But, Rayson must be. Falkenberg shook his head. His look demanded silence. He stood, waiting, while the seconds ticked past. Move out! Falkenberg commanded. The doors burst open. The armed troopers moved quickly across the top of the stadium. Most of the mob was below, and a few unarmed men were struck down when they tried to oppose the regiment. Rifle butts swung. Then there was a moment of calm. Falkenberg took a speaker from his corporal attendant. Attention! Attention! You are under arrest by the authority of the martial law proclamation of President Boudreaux. Lay down all weapons and you will not be harmed. If you resist, you will be killed. There was a moment of silence, then shouts as the mob realized what Falkenberg had said. Some laughed. Then shots came from the field and the lower seats of the stadium. Hamner heard the flat snap of a bullet as it rushed past his ear. Then he heard the crack of the rifle. One of the leaders on the field below had a speaker. He shouted to the others. Attack them! There aren't more than 1,000 of them. We're 30,000 strong. Attack! Kill them! There were more shots. Some of Falkenberg's men fell. The others stood immobile, waiting for orders. Falkenberg raised the speaker again. Prepare for volley fire. Make ready. Take aim. In volley, fire. 700 rifles crashed as one. Fire. Someone screamed, a long drawn-out cry, a plea without words. Fire! The line of men clambering up the seats toward them wavered and broke. Men screamed, some pushed back, dove under seats, tried to hide behind their friends, tried to get anywhere but under the unwavering muzzles of the rifles. Fire! It was like one shot, very loud, lasting far longer than a rifle shot ought to, but it was impossible to hear individual weapons. Fire! There were more screams from below. In the name of God. The 42nd will advance. Fix bayonets. Forward. Move. Fire. Fire at will. Now there was a continuous crackle of weapons. The leather-clad lines moved forward and down, over the stadium seats, flowing down inexorably toward the press below on the field. Sergeant Major. Sir. Well, marksmen and experts will fall out and take station. They will fire on all armed men. Sir. Calvin spoke into his communicator. Men dropped out of each section and took position behind seats. They began to fire, carefully but rapidly. Anyone below who raised a weapon died. The regiment advanced onward. Hamner was sick. The screams of wounded could be heard everywhere. God, make it stop! Make it stop! He prayed. Grenadiers will prepare to throw. Falkenberg's voice boomed from the speaker. Throw! 100 grenades arched out from the advancing line. They fell into the milling crowds below. The muffled explosions were masked by screams of terror. In volley, fire! The regiment advanced until it made contact with the mob. There was a brief struggle. Rifles fired, and bayonets flashed red. The line halted but momentarily. Then it moved on, leaving behind a ghastly trail. Men and women jammed in the stadium exits. Others frantically tried to get out, clambering over the fallen, tearing women out of their way to push past, trampling each other in their scramble to escape. There was a rattle of gunfire from outside. Those in the gates recoiled, to be crushed beneath others trying to get out. "You won't even let them out!" Hamner screamed at Falkenberg. "Not armed, and not to escape." The colonel's face was hard and cold, the eyes narrowed to slits. He watched the slaughter impassively, looking at the entire scene without expression. "Are you going to kill them all?" "All who resist." "But they don't deserve this." George Hamner felt his voice breaking. "They don't." "No one does, George. Sergeant Major." "Sir." "Mine. Half the marksmen may concentrate on the leaders now." "Sir." "Shoot." Calvin spoke quietly into his command set. The snipers concentrated their fire on the presidential box across from them. Centurions ran up and down the line of hidden troops, pointing out targets. The marksmen kept up a steady fire. The leather lines of armored men advanced inexorably. They had almost reached the lower tier of seats. There was less firing now, but the scarlet-painted bayonets flashed in the afternoon sun. Another section fell out of line and moved to guard a tiny number of prisoners at the end of the stadium. The rest of the line moved on, advancing over seats made slick with blood. When the regiment reached ground level, their progress was slower. There was little opposition, but the sheer mass of people in front of them held up the troopers. There were a few pockets of active resistance, and flying squads rushed there to reinforce the line. More grenades were thrown. Falkenberg watched the battle calmly and seldom spoke into his communicator. Below, more men died. A company of troopers formed and rushed up a stairway on the opposite side of the stadium. They fanned out across the top. Then their rifles leveled and crashed in another terrible series of volleys. Suddenly, it was over. There was no opposition. There were only screaming crowds. Men threw away weapons to run with their hands in the air. Others fell to their knees to beg for their lives. There was one final volley, then a deathly stillness fell over the stadium. But it wasn't quiet, Hamner discovered. The guns were silent. Men no longer shouted orders, but there was sound. There were screams from the wounded. There were pleas for help, whimpers, a racking cough that went on and on as someone tried to clear punctured lungs. Falkenberg nodded grimly. "Now we can find a magistrate, Mr. President. Now." Oh my God." Hamner stood at the top of the stadium. He clutched a column to steady his weakened legs. The scene below seemed unreal. There was too much blood, rivers of blood, blood cascading down the steps, blood pouring down stairwells to soak the grassy field below. "It's over," Falkenberg said gently, "for all of us. The regiment will be leaving as soon as you're properly in command. You shouldn't have any trouble with your power plants. Your technicians will trust you now that Bradford's gone. And without their leaders, the city people won't resist. You can ship as many as you have out to the interior. Disperse them among the loyalists where they won't do you any harm. That amnesty of yours, it's only a suggestion, but I'd renew it." Hamner turned dazed eyes toward Falkenberg. "Yes, there's been too much slaughter today. Who are you, Falkenberg?" "A mercenary soldier, Mr. President. Nothing more." "But, then, who are you working for?" "That's the question nobody asked before. Grand Admiral Lermontov died." "Lermontov? But you were drummed out of the CoDominium. You mean that you were hired by the Admiral as a mercenary?" "More or less." Falkenberg nodded coldly. "The fleet's a little sick of being used to mess up people's lives without having a chance to leave things in working order. And now you're leaving." "Yes, we couldn't stay here, George. Nobody is going to forget today. You couldn't keep us on and build a government that works. I'll take 1st and 2nd battalions, and what's left of the 4th, there's more work for us." "And the others?" "3rd will stay on to help you," Falkenberg said. "We put all the married locals, the solid people, in 3rd, and sent it off to the power plants. They weren't involved in the fighting." He looked across the stadium, then back to Hammer. Blame it all on us, George. You weren't in command. You can say Bradford ordered this slaughter and killed himself in remorse. People will want to believe that. They'll want to think somebody was punished for this. He waved toward the field below. A child was sobbing out there somewhere. It had to be done, Falkenberg insisted. Didn't it? There was no way out, nothing you could do to keep civilization. Dr. Y. Whitlock estimated a third of the population would die when things collapsed. Fleet intelligence put it higher than that. Now you have a chance. No. And me, every day. Falkenberg was speaking rapidly, and George wondered whom he was trying to convince. Move them out, Falkenberg said. Move them out while they're still dazed. You won't need much help for that. They won't resist now. And we got the railroads running for you. Use the railroads and ship people out to the farms. It'll be rough with no preparation, but it's a long time until winter. I know what to do, Hamner interrupted. He leaned against the column and seemed to gather new strength from the thought. Yes, I do know what to do. Now, I've known all along what had to be done. Now we can get to it. We won't thank you for it, but you've saved a whole world, John. Yeah, I need to know. Falkenberg looked at him grimly, then pointed to the bodies below. Damn you, don't say that, he shouted. His voice was almost shrill. I haven't saved anything. All a soldier can do is buy time. I haven't saved Hadley. You have to do that. God help you if you don't. Wow. Wealth. Crofton's Encyclopedia of Contemporary History and Social Issues, 2nd edition. Mercenary forces. Perhaps the most disturbing development arising from CoDominium withdrawal from most distant colony worlds, see independence movements, has been the rapid growth of purely mercenary military units. The trend was predictable and perhaps inevitable, although the extent has exceeded expectations. Many of the former colony worlds do not have planetary governments. Consequently, these new nations do not possess sufficient population or industrial resources to maintain large and effective national military forces. The disbanding of numerous CoDominium marine units left a surplus of trained soldiers without employment, and it was inevitable that some of them would band together into mercenary units. The colony governments are thus faced with a cruel and impossible dilemma. Faced with mercenary troops specializing in violence, they have had little choice but to reply in kind. A few colonies have broken this cycle by creating their own national armies, but have then been unable to pay for them. Thus, in addition to the purely private mercenary organizations such as Falkenberg's Mercenary Legion, there are now national forces hired out to reduce expenses to their parent governments. A few former colonies have found this practice so lucrative that the export of mercenaries has become their principal source of income, and the recruiting and training of soldiers their major industry. The CoDominium Grand Senate has attempted to maintain its presence in the former colonial areas through promulgation of the so-called Laws of War, QV, which purport to regulate the weapons and tactics mercenary units may employ. Enforcement of these regulations is sporadic. When the Senate orders fleet intervention to enforce the laws of war, the suspicion inevitably arises that other CoDominium interests are at stake, or that one or more senators have undisclosed reasons for their interest. Mercenary units generally draw their recruits from the same sources as the CoDominium Marines, and training stresses loyalty to comrades and commanders rather than to any government. The extent to which mercenary commanders have successfully separated their troops from all normal social intercourse is both surprising and alarming. The best-known mercenary forces are described in separate articles. See Covenant, Friedland, Xanadu, Falkenberg's Mercenary Legion, Nouveau Legion Étrangère, Katanga Gendarmerie, Mollman's Commandos, Falkenberg's Mercenary Legion, purely private military organization formed from the former 42nd CoDominium Line Marines, under Colonel John Christian Falkenberg III. Falkenberg was cashiered from the CoDominium fleet under questionable circumstances, and his regiment disbanded shortly thereafter. A large proportion of former 42nd officers and men chose to remain with Falkenberg. Falkenberg's legion appears to have been first employed by the government of the then newly independent former colony of Hadley, QV, for suppression of civil disturbances. There have been numerous complaints that excessive violence was used by both sides in the unsuccessful rebellion following CoDominium withdrawal, but the government of Hadley has expressed satisfaction with Falkenberg's efforts there. Following its employment on Hadley, Falkenberg's legion took part in numerous small wars of defense and conquest on at least 5 planets, and in the process gained a reputation as one of the best, trained and most effective small military units in existence. It was then engaged by the CoDominium governor on the CD prison planet of Tanith. This latter employment caused great controversy in the Grand Senate, as Tanith remains under CD control. However, Grand Admiral Lermontov pointed out that his budget did not permit his stationing regular Marine forces on Tanith, owing to other commitments mandated by the Grand Senate. After lengthy debate, the employment was approved as an alternative to raising a new regiment of CD Marines. At last, report Falkenberg's legion remains on Tanith. Its contract with the governor there is said to have expired. Tanith's bright image had replaced Earth's on Grand Admiral Lermontov's view screen. The planet might have been Earth. It had bright clouds obscuring the outlines of land and sea, and they swirled in typical cyclonic patterns. A closer look showed differences. The sun was yellow. Tanith's star was not as hot as Sol, but Tanith was closer to it. There were fewer mountains and more swamplands steaming in the yellow-orange glare. Despite its miserable climate, Tanith was an important world. It was first and foremost a convenient dumping ground for Earth's disinherited. There was no better way to deal with criminals than to send them off to hard and useful labor on another planet. Tanith received them all: the rebels, the criminals, the malcontents, victims of administrative hatred, all the refuse of a civilization that could no longer afford misfits. Tanith was also the main source of Bourloi, which the World Pharmaceutical Society called the perfect intoxicating drug. Given large supplies of Bourloi, the lid could be kept on the citizens and their welfare islands. The happiness the drug induced was artificial, but it was nonetheless real. And so I am trading in drugs, Lermontov told his visitor. It is hardly what I expected when I became Grand Admiral. I'm sorry, Sergei. Grand Senator Martin Grant had aged. In 10 years he had come to look 40 years older. The fact is, though, you're better off with fleet ownership of some of the Bourloi plantations than you are relying on what I can get for you out of the Senate. Lermontov nodded in disgust. It must end, Martin. Somehow, somewhere, it must end. I cannot keep a fighting service together on the proceeds of drug sales. Drugs grown by slaves. Soldiers do not make good slave masters. Grant merely shrugged. Yes, it is easy to think, is it not? The Admiral shook his head in disgust. But there are vices natural to the soldier and the sailor. We have those in plenty, but they are not vices that corrupt his ability as a fighting man. Slaving is a vice that corrupts everything it touches. Oh, if you feel that way, what can I say? Martin Grant asked. I can't give you an alternative. And I cannot let go, Lermontov said. He punched viciously at the console controls, and Tanith faded from the screen. Earth, bluer, and to Lermontov, far more lovely, swam out of the momentary black. They are fools down there, Sergei Lermontov muttered. And we are no better. Martin, I ask myself again and again, why can we not control anything? Why are we caught like chips in a rushing stream? Men can guide their destinies. I know that. So why are we so helpless? You don't ask yourself more often than I do, Senator Grant said. His voice was low and weary. At least we still try. Hell, you've got more power than I have. You've got the fleet, and you've got the secret funds you get from Tanith. Christ! Sergei, if you can't do something with that, I can urinate on fires, Lermontov said. And little else. He shrugged. So, if that is all I can do, then I will continue to make water. Will you have a drink? Thanks. Lermontov went to the sideboard and took out bottles. His conversations with Grand Senator Grant were never heard by anyone else, not even his orderlies who had been with him for years. Prosit! Prosit! They drank. Grant took out a cigar. By the way, Sergei, what are you going to do with Falkenberg now that the trouble on Tanith is finished? Lermontov smiled coldly. I was hoping that you would have a solution to that. I have no more funds. The Tanith money needed elsewhere just to keep the fleet together, Lermontov said positively. Then Falkenberg will just have to find his own way. Shouldn't be any problem with his reputation, Grant said. And even if it is, he's got no more troubles than we have. 13. Heat beat down on sodden fields. 2 hours before the noon of Tanith's 15+ hours of sunshine, the day was already hot. But all of Tanith's days are hot. Even in midwinter, the jungle steams in late afternoon. The skies above the regiment's camp were yellow-gray. The ground sloped off to the west into inevitable swamp, where Weem's beasts snorted as they burrowed deeper into protective mud. In the camp itself, the air hung hot and wet, heavy, with a thick smell of yeast and decay. The regiment's camp was an island of geometrical precision in the random tumble of jungles and hilltops. Each yellow rammed earth barrack was set in an exact relationship with every other, each company set in line from its centurion's hut at one end to the senior platoon sergeant's at the other. A wide street separated Centurion's row from the company officer's line, and beyond that was the shorter field officer's line, the pyramid narrowing inevitably until at its apex stood a single building where the colonel lived. Other officers lived with their ladies, and married enlisted men's quarters formed one side of the compound, but the colonel lived alone. The visitors stood with the colonel to watch a mustering ceremony evolved in the days of Queen Anne's England, when regimental commanders were paid according to the strength of their regiments, and the Queen's muster masters had to determine that each man drawing pay could indeed pass muster, or even existed. The visitor was an amateur historian, and viewed the parade with wry humor. War had changed, and men no longer marched in rigid lines to deliver volleys at word of command, but colonels were again paid according to the forces they could bring into battle. Report. The adjutant's command carried easily across the open parade field to the rigidly immobile blue and gold squares. 1st Battalion, B Company on patrol. Battalion present or accounted for, sir. 2nd Battalion present or accounted for, sir. 3rd Battalion present or accounted for, sir. 4th Battalion, 4 men absent without leave, sir. How embarrassing, the visitor said sotto voce. The colonel tried to smile but made a bad job of it. Artillery present or accounted for, sir. Scout troop all present, sir. Sappers all present, sir. Weapons Battalion, aviation troop on patrol. Battalion present or accounted for, sir. Headquarters company present or on guard, sir. The adjutant returned each salute, then wheeled crisply to salute the colonel. Regiment has 4 men absent without leave, sir. Colonel Falkenberg returned the salute. Take your post. Captain Fast pivoted and marched to his place. Pass in review. Sound off. The band played a military march that must have been old in the 20th century as the regiment formed column to march around the field. As each company reached the reviewing stand and men snapped their heads in unison, guidons and banners lowered in salute, and officers and centurions whirled sabers with flourish. The visitor nodded to himself. No longer very appropriate. In the 18th century, demonstrations of the men's ability to march in ranks and of the non-coms and officers to use a sword with skill were relevant to battle capabilities. Not now. Still, it made an impressive ceremony. Attention to orders. The sergeant major read from his clipboard. Promotions, duty schedules, the daily activities of the regiment, while the visitor sweated. Very impressive, Colonel, he said. Our Washingtonians couldn't look that sharp on their best day. John Christian Falkenberg nodded coldly, implying that they mightn't be as good in the field. Mr. Secretary, would you like another kind of demonstration? Howard Bannister shrugged. What would it prove, Colonel? You need employment before your regiment goes to hell. I can't imagine chasing escapees on the CoDominium prison planet has much attraction for good soldiers. It doesn't. When we first came, things weren't that simple. I know that, too. The 42nd was one of the best outfits of the CD Marine. I've never understood why it was disbanded instead of one of the others. I'm speaking of your present situation with your troops stuck here without transport. Surely you're not intending to make Tanith your lifetime headquarters? Sergeant Major Calvin finished the orders of the day and waited patiently for instructions. Colonel Falkenberg studied his bright uniformed men as they stood rigidly in the blazing noon of Tanith. A faint smile might have played across his face for a moment. There were few of the 4,000 whose names and histories he didn't know. Lieutenant Farquhar was a party hack forced on him when the 42nd was hired to police Hadley. He became a good officer and elected to ship out after the action. Private Alcazar was a brooding giant with a raging thirst, the slowest man in K Company, but he could lift 5 times his own mass and hide in any terrain. Dozens, thousands of men, each with his own strengths and weaknesses, adding up to a regiment of mercenary soldiers with no chance of going home, and an unpleasant future if they didn't get off Tanith. Sergeant Major. Sir, you'll stay with me and time the men. Trumpeter, sound boots and saddles, on full kits and ready to board ship. Sir. The trumpeter was a grizzled veteran with corporal's stripes. He lifted the gleaming instrument with its blue and gold tassels, and martial notes poured across the parade ground. Before they died away, the orderly lines dissolved into masses of running men. There was less confusion than Howard Bannister had expected. It seemed an incredibly short time before the first men fell back in. They came from their barracks in small groups, some in each company, then more, a rush, and finally knots of stragglers. Now, in place of bright colors, there was the dull drab of synthetic leather bulging over Nimralon body armor. The bright polish was gone from the weapons. Dress caps were replaced by bulging combat helmets, shining boots by softer leathers. As the regiment formed, Bannister turned to the colonel. Why trumpets? I think that's rather out of date. Falkenberg shrugged. Would you prefer shouted orders? You must remember, Mr. Secretary, mercenaries live in garrison as well as in combat. Trumpets remind them that they're soldiers. I suppose. Time, Sergeant Major, the adjutant demanded. 11 minutes, 18 seconds, sir. Are you trying to tell me the men are ready to ship out now? Bannister asked. His expression showed polite disbelief. It would take longer to get the weapons and artillery battalion equipment together, but the infantry could board ship right now. I find that hard to believe. Of course the men know this is only a drill. How would they know that? Bannister laughed. He was a stout man, dressed in expensive business clothes, with cigar ashes down the front. Some of the ash floated free when he laughed. Well, you and the sergeant major are still in parade uniform. Look behind you, Falkenberg said. Bannister turned. Falkenberg's guards and trumpeter were still in their places, their blue and gold dress contrasting wildly with the grim synthy leathers of the others who had formed up with them. The headquarters squad has our gear, Falkenberg explained. Sergeant Major. Sir, Mr. Bannister and I will inspect the troops. Sir. As Falkenberg and his visitor left the reviewing stand, Calvin fell in with the duty squad behind him. Pick a couple at random, Falkenberg advised. It's hot out here, 40 degrees anyway. Bannister was thinking the same thing. Yes, no point in being too hard on the men. It must be unbearable in their armor. I wasn't thinking of the men, Falkenberg said. The Secretary for War chose L Company of 3rd Battalion for review. The men all looked alike, except for size. He looked for something to stand out, a strap not buckled, something to indicate an individual difference, but he found none. Bannister approached a scarred private who looked 40 years old. With regeneration therapy, he might have been half that again. This one. Fall out, Wazorek, Calvin ordered. Lay out your kit. Sir. Private Wazorek might have smiled thinly, but if he did, Bannister missed it. He swung the pack frame easily off his shoulders and stood it on the ground. The headquarters squad helped him lay out his nylon shelter cloth, and Wazorek emptied the pack, placing each item just so. Rifle. A new Aberdeen 7mm semi-automatic with 10-shot clip and 50-round box magazine, both full and spotlessly clean like the rifle. A bandolier of cartridges. 5 grenades. Nylon belt with bayonets, canteen, spoon, and stainless cup that served as a private's entire mess kit. Great cloak and poncho, string net underwear, layers of clothing. You'll note he's equipped for any climate, Falkenberg commented. He'd expect to be issued special gear for a non-Terran environment, but he can live on any inhabitable world with what he's got. Yes. Bannister watched interestedly. The pack hadn't seemed heavy, but Wazorek kept withdrawing gear from it. First aid kit, chemical warfare protection drugs and equipment, concentrated field rations, soup and beverage powders, a tiny gasoline-burning field stove. What's that? Bannister asked. Do all the men carry them? 1 to each maniple, sir, Wazorek answered. His share of 5 men's community equipment, Falkenberg explained. A monitor, 3 privates, and a recruit make up the basic combat unit of this outfit, and we try to keep the maniples self-sufficient. More gear came from the pack. Much of it was light alloys or plastic, but Bannister wondered about the total weight. Trowel, tent pegs, nylon cordage, a miniature cutting torch, more group equipment for field repairs to both machinery and the woven Nemorian armor, night sights for the rifle, a small plastic tube 1/2 meter long and 8 centimeters in diameter. And that? Bannister asked. Anti-aircraft rocket, Falkenberg told him. Not effective against fast jets, but it'll knock out a chopper 95% of the time. Has some capability against tanks, too. We don't like the men too dependent on heavy weapons units. I see. Your men seem well equipped, Colonel, Bannister commented. It must weight them down badly. 21 kilograms in standard G field, Falkenberg answered. More here, less by a lot on Washington. Every man carries a week's rations, ammunition for a short engagement, and enough equipment to live in the field. What's the little pouch on his belt? Bannister asked interestedly. Falkenberg shrugged. Personal possessions. Probably everything he owns. You'll have to ask Wazorek's permission if you want to examine that. Never mind. Thank you, Private Wazorek. Howard Bannister produced a brightly colored bandana from an inner pocket and mopped his brow. All right, Colonel. You're convincing, or your men are. Let's go to your office and talk about money. As they left, Wazorek and Sergeant Major Calvin exchanged knowing winks, while Monitor Hartsinger breathed a sigh of relief. Just suppose that visiting Panjandrum had picked recruit Latterby. Hell, the kid couldn't find his arse with both hands. Or TNT. Falkenberg's office was hot. It was a large room, and a ceiling fan tried, without success, to stir up a breeze. Everything was damp from Tanith's wet jungle air. Howard Bannister thought he saw fungus growing in the narrow space between a file cabinet and the wall. In contrast to the room itself, the furniture was elaborate. It had been hand-carved, and was the product of hundreds of hours' labor by soldiers, who had little else but time to give their commanding officer. They'd taken Sergeant Major Calvin into a conspiracy, getting him to talk Falkenberg into going on an inspection tour while they scrapped his functional old field gear and replaced it with equipment as light and useful, but hand-carved with battle scenes. The desk was large and entirely bare. To one side, a table, in easy reach, was covered with papers. On the other side, A 2-meter star cube portrayed the known stars with inhabited planets. Communication equipment was built into a spindly-legged sideboard that also held whiskey. Falkenberg offered his visitor a drink. "Could we have something with ice?" "Certainly." Falkenberg turned toward his sideboard and raised his voice, speaking with a distinct change in tone. "Orderly, 2 gin and tonics, with much ice, if you please. Will that be satisfactory, Mr. Secretary?" "Yes, thank you." Bannister wasn't accustomed to electronics being so common. "Look, we needn't spar about. I need soldiers, and you need to get off this planet. It's as simple as that." "Hardly," Falkenberg replied. "You've yet to mention money." Howard shrugged. "I don't have much. Washington has damned few exports. Franklin's dried those up with the blockade. Your transport and salaries will use up most of what we've got. But you already know this, I suppose. I'm told you have access to fleet intelligence sources." "It's in my..." Falkenberg shrugged. "I have my ways. You're prepared to put our return fare on deposit with Diane, of course." "Yes." Bannister was startled. "Diane? You do have sources. I thought our negotiations with New Jerusalem were secret." "All right. We have arrangements with Dayan to furnish transportation. It took all our cash, so everything else is contingency money. We can offer you something you need, though. Land, good land, and a permanent base that's a lot more pleasant than Tanith. We can also offer, well, the chance to be part of a free and independent nation, though I'm not expecting that to mean much to you." "The Marsvida." Falkenberg nodded. "That's why you... excuse me." He paused as the orderly brought in a tray with tinkling glasses. The trooper wore battle dress, and his rifle was slung across his shoulder. "Will you be wanting the men to perform again?" Falkenberg asked. Bannister hesitated. "I think not." "Orderly, ask Sergeant Major to sound recall." "Dismissed." He looked back to Bannister. "Now, Pournelle, you chose us because you've nothing to offer. The New Democrats on Friedland are happy enough with their base, as are the Scots on Covenant. Xanadu wants hard cash before they throw troops into action. You could find some scrapings on Earth, but we're the only first-class outfit down on its luck at the moment. What makes you think we're that hard up, Mr. Secretary? Your cause in Washington is lost, isn't it?" "Not for us." Howard Bannister sighed. Despite his bulk, he seemed deflated. "All right. Franklin's mercenaries have defeated the last organized field army we had. The resistance is all guerrilla operations, and we both know that won't win. We need an organized force to rally around, and we haven't got one. Dear God, we haven't got one." Bannister remembered rugged hills and forests, weathered mountains with snow on their tops, and in the valleys were ranches with the air crisp and cool. He remembered plains golden with mutated wheat, and the swaying tassels of Washington's native corn plant rippling in the wind. The Patriot Army marched again to the final battle. They'd marched with songs in their hearts. The cause was just, and they faced only mercenaries after defeating Franklin's regular army. Free men against hirelings in one last campaign. The Patriots entered the plains outside the capital city, confident that the mercenaries could never stand against them, and the enemy didn't run. The humorless Covenant Scots regiments chewed through their infantry, while Friedland armor squadrons cut across the flank and far into the rear, destroying their supply lines and capturing the headquarters. Washington's army had not so much been defeated as dissolved, turned into isolated groups of men whose enthusiasm was no match for the iron discipline of the mercenaries. In 3 weeks, they'd lost everything gained in 2 years of war. But yet, the planet was still only thinly settled. The Franklin Confederacy had few soldiers and couldn't afford to keep large groups of mercenaries on occupation duty. Out in the mountains and across the plains, the settlements were seething and ready to revolt again. It would only take a tiny spark to arouse them. "We've a chance, Colonel. I wouldn't waste our money and risk my people's lives if I didn't think so. Let me show you. I've a map in my gear." "Show me on this one." Falkenberg opened a desk drawer to reveal a small input panel. He touched keys and the translucent gray of his desktop dissolved into colors. A polar projection of Washington formed. There was only one continent, an irregular mass squatting at the top of the planet. From 25° north to the South Pole, there was nothing but water. The land above that was cut by huge bays and nearly landlocked seas. Towns showed as a network of red dots across a narrow band of land jutting down to the 30° to 50° level. "You sure don't have much land to live on," Falkenberg observed. "A strip 1,000 kilometers wide by 4,000 long. Why Washington anyway?" Original settlers had ancestors in Washington state. The climate's similar too. Franklin's the companion planet. It's got more industry than we do, but even less agricultural land. Settled mostly by southern U.S. people, they call themselves the Confederacy. Washington's a secondary colony from Franklin. Falkenberg chuckled. Dissidents from a dissident colony. You must be damned independent chaps. So independent that we're not going to let Franklin run our lives. They treat us like a wholly owned subsidiary, and we are not going to take it. "You'll take it if you can't get somebody to fight for you," Falkenberg reminded him brutally. "Now, you are offering us transport out, a deposit against our return, minimum true pay, and land to settle on?" "Yes, that's right. You can use the return deposit to transport your non-combatants later, or cash it in, but it's all the money we can offer, Colonel. And be damned to you. You don't care at all, but I have to deal with you. For now." "Yeah." Falkenberg regarded the map sourly. "Are we facing nukes?" "They've got some, but so do we. We concealed ours in Franklin's capital to make it a standoff." "Uh-huh." Falkenberg nodded. The situation wasn't that unusual. The CD fleet still tried to enforce the ban for that matter. "Do they still have those Covenant Highlanders that whipped you last time?" Bannister winced at the reminder. "God damn it, good men were killed in that fight, and you've got no right to—" "Do they still have the Covenanters, Mr. Secretary?" Falkenberg repeated. "Yes, plus a brigade of Friedland armor, and another 10,000 Earth mercenaries on garrison duty." Falkenberg snorted. No one thought much of Earth's cannon fodder. The best Earth recruits joined the growing national armies. Bannister nodded agreement. "Then there are about 8,000 Confederate troops, native Franklin soldiers who'd be no match for our Washingtonians. You hope. Don't play Franklin down. They're putting together the nucleus of a damned good fighting force, Mr. Bannister. As you know, it is my understanding that they have plans for further conquests once they've consolidated their hold on New Washington." "No," Bannister agreed carefully. "That's the main reason we're so desperate, Colonel. We won't buy peace by giving in to the Confederacy because they're set to defy the CoDominium when they can build a fleet. I don't understand why the CD Navy hasn't put paid to Franklin's little scheme, but it's obvious Earth isn't going to do anything. In a few years, the Confederates will have their fleet and be as strong as Xanadu or Danube, strong enough to give the CD a real fight." "Ow. You're too damn isolated," Falkenberg replied. "The Grand Senate won't even keep the fleet up to enough strength to protect what the CD's already got, let alone find the money to interfere in your sector. The short-sighted bastards run around putting out fires, and the few senators who look 10 years ahead don't have any influence." He shook his head suddenly. "But that's not our problem." "Okay, what about landing security? I don't have any assault boats, and I doubt you've the money to hire those from day in." "No, it's tough," Bannister admitted. "But blockade runners can get through. Tides on New Washington are enormous, but we know our coasts. The day-in captain can put you down at night here, or along there." The rebel war secretary indicated a number of deep bays and fiords on the jagged coast, bright blue spatters on the desk map. "You'll have about 2 hours of slack water. That's all the time you'd have anyway before the Confederate spy satellites detect the ship." Iwanan, Teen, Anguil, Tolarbi Yisabi, Alwin Saikermaya. Roger Hastings drew his pretty brunette wife close to him and leaned against the barbecue pit. It made a nice pose, and the photographers took several shots. They begged for more, but Hastings shook his head. Enough, boys, enough! I've only been sworn in as mayor of Allensport. You'd think I was governor general of the whole planet. But give us a statement, the reporters begged. Will you support the Confederacy's rearmament plans? I understand the smelter is tooling up to produce naval armament alloys. I said enough, Roger commanded. Go have a drink. The reporters reluctantly scattered. Eager chaps, Hastings told his wife. Pity there's only the one little paper. Juanita laughed. You'd make the capital city Times if there was a way to get the pictures there. But it was a fair question, Roger. What are you going to do about Franklin's war policies? What will happen to Harley when they start expanding the Confederacy? The amusement died from her face as she thought of their son in the army. There isn't much I can do. The mayor of Allensport isn't consulted on matters of high policy. Damn it, sweetheart. Don't you start in on me too? It's too nice a day. Hastings' quarried stone house stood high on a hill above Nanaimo Bay. The city of Allensport sprawled across the hills below them, stretching almost to the high water mark, running irregularly along the sandy beaches, washed by endless surf. At night they could hear the waves crashing. They held hands and watched the sea beyond the island that formed Allensport Harbor. Here it comes, Roger said. He pointed to a wall of rushing water 2 meters high. The tide bore swept around the end of Wada Island, then curled back toward the city. Pity the poor sailors, Juanita said. Roger shrugged. The packet ships anchored well enough. They watched the 150-meter cargo vessel tossed about by the tidal force. The tide bore caught her nearly abeam, and she rolled dangerously before swinging on her chains to head into the flowing tide water. It seemed nothing could hold her, but those chains had been made in Roger's foundries, and he knew their strength. It has been a nice day. Juanita sighed. Their house was on one of the large greensward commons running up the hill from Allensport, and the celebrations had spilled out of their yard, across the greens, and into their neighbors' yards as well. Portable bars, manned by Roger's campaign workers, dispensed an endless supply of local wines and brandies. To the west, New Washington's twin companion, Franklin, hung in its eternal place. When sunset brought New Washington's 20 hours of daylight to an end, it passed from a glowing ball in the bright day sky to a gibbous sliver in the darkness, then rapidly white. Reddish shadows danced on Franklin's cloudy face. Roger and Juanita stood in silent appreciation of the stars, the planet, the sunset. Allensport was a frontier town on an unimportant planet, but it was home, and they loved it. The inauguration party had been exhaustingly successful. Roger gratefully went to the drawing room while Juanita climbed the stairs to put their sleepy children to bed. As manager of the smelter and foundry, Roger had a home that was one of the finest on all the Rainier Peninsula. It stood tall and proud, a big stone Georgian mansion with wide entry hall and paneled rooms. Now, he was joined by Martine Ardway and his favorite, the small conversation-sized drawing room. Congratulations again, Roger, Colonel Ardway boomed. We'll all be behind you. The words were more than the usual inauguration day patter. Although Ardway's son Johann was married to Roger's daughter, the colonel had opposed Hastings' election, and Ardway had a large following among the hardline loyalists in Allensport. He was also commander of the local militia. Johann held a captain's commission. Roger's own boy Harley was only a lieutenant, but in the regulars. Have you told Harley about your winning? Ardway asked. Can't. The communications to Vancouver are out. As a matter of fact, all our communications are out right now. Ardway nodded phlegmatically. Allensport was the only town on a peninsula well over 1,000 kilometers from the nearest settlements. New Washington was so close to its red dwarf sun that loss of communications was standard through much of the planet's 52 standard day year. An undersea cable to Preston Bay had been planned when the rebellion broke out, and now that it was over, work could start again. I mean it about being with you, Ardway repeated. I still think you're wrong, but there can't be more than one policy about this. I just hope it works. Look, Martin, we can't go on treating the rebels like traitors. We need 'em too much. There aren't many rebels here, but if I enforce the confiscation laws, it'll cause resentment in the East. We've had enough bloody war. Rogers stretched and yawned. Excuse me. It's been a hard day, and it's a while since I was a rock miner. There was once a time when I could dig all day and drink all night. Nay. Ardway shrugged. Like Hastings, he had once been a miner, but unlike the mayor, he hadn't kept in shape. He wasn't fat, but he had become a large, balding, round man with a paunch that spilled over his wide garrison belt. It spoiled his looks when he wore military uniform, which he did whenever possible. You're in charge, Roger. I won't get in your way. Maybe you can even get the old rebel families on your side against this stupid imperialistic venture Franklin's pushing. God knows we've enough problems at home without looking for more. I think. What in hell's going on out there? Someone was yelling in the town below. Good God, were those shots? Roger asked. We better find out. Reluctantly, he pushed himself up from the leather easy chair. Hello, what's this? The phone is out, Martin. Dead. Those were shots, Colonel Ardway said. I don't like this. Rebels? The packet came in this afternoon. But you don't suppose there were rebels on board her? We better go down and see to this. You sure the phone's dead? Very dead, Hastings said quietly. Lord, I hope it's not a new rebellion. Get your troops called out, though. Right. Ardway took a pocket communicator from his belt pouch. He spoke into it with increasing agitation. Roger, there is something wrong. I'm getting nothing but static. Somebody's jamming the whole communications band. Nonsense. We're near Periastron. The sunspots are causing it. Hastings sounded confident, but he was praying silently. Not more war. It wouldn't be a threat to Allensport and the peninsula. There weren't more than a handful of rebels out here, but they'd be called on for troops to go east and fight in rebel areas like Ford Heights and the Columbia Valley. It was so damn rotten. He remembered burning ranches and plantations during the last flare-up. God damn it, don't those people know they lose more in the wars than Franklin's merchants are costing them? But he was already speaking to an empty room. Colonel Ardway had dashed outside and was calling to the neighbors to fall out with military equipment. Roger followed him outside. To the west, Franklin flooded the night with 10,000 times Luna's best efforts on Earth. There were soldiers coming up the broad street from the main section of town. Who in hell? Those aren't rebels, Hastings shouted. They were men in synthi-leather battle dress, and they moved too deliberately. Those were regulars. There was a roar of motors. A wave of helicopters passed overhead. Roger heard ground effects cars on the greensward, and at least 200 soldiers were running purposefully up the street toward his house. At each house below, a knot of 5 men fell out of the open formation. Turn out! Militia, turn out! Rebels! Colonel Ardway was shouting. He had a dozen men, none in armor, and their best weapons were rifles. Take cover! Fire at will! Ardway screamed. His voice carried determination, but it had an edge of fear. Roger, get the hell inside, you damn fool! But the advancing troops were no more than 100 meters away. One of Ardway's militia fired an automatic rifle from the house next door. The leather-clad troops scattered, and someone shouted orders. Fire lashed out to rake the house. Roger stood in his front yard, dazed, unbelieving, as under Franklin's bright reddish light, the nightmare went on. The troops advanced steadily again, and there was no more resistance from the militia. It all happened so quickly. Even as Roger had that thought, the leather lines of men reached him. An officer raised a megaphone. I call on you to surrender in the name of the Free States of Washington. Stay in your homes and do not try to resist. Armed men will be shot without warning. A 5-man detachment ran past Roger Hastings and through the front door of his home. It brought him from his daze. Juanita. He screamed and ran toward his house. Halt! Halt, or we fire! You man, halt! Roger ran heedlessly. Squad fire. Belay that order. As Roger reached the door, he was grabbed by one of the soldiers and flung against the wall. Hold it right there, the trooper said grimly. Monitor, I have a prisoner. Another soldier came into the broad entryway. He held a clipboard and looked up at the address of the house, checking it against his paper. Mr. Roger Hastings? He asked. Roger nodded dazedly. Then he thought better of it. No, I'm. Won't do, the soldier said. I've your picture, Mr. Mayor. Roger nodded again. Who was this man? There had been many accents, and the officer with the clipboard had yet another. Who are you? He demanded. Lieutenant Jamie Farquhar of Falkenberg's Mercenary Legion, acting under authority of the Free States of Washington. You're under military detention, Mr. Mayor. There was more firing outside. Roger's house hadn't been touched. Everything looked so absolutely ordinary. Somehow that added to the horror. A voice called from upstairs. His wife and kids are up here, Lieutenant. Thank you, Monitor. Ask a lady to come down, please. Mr. Mayor, please don't be concerned for your family. We do not make war on civilians. There were more shots from the street. 1,000 questions boiled in Roger's mind. He stood dazedly, trying to sort them into some order. Have you shot Colonel Ardway? Who's fighting out there? If you mean the fat man in uniform, he's safe enough. We've got him in custody. Unfortunately, some of your militia have ignored the order to surrender, and it's going to be hard on them. As if in emphasis, there was a muffled blast of a grenade, then a burst from a machine pistol, answered by the slow, deliberate fire of an automatic rifle. The battle noises swept away across the brow of the hill, but sounds of firing and shouted orders carried over the pounding surf. Farquhar studied his clipboard. Mayor Hastings and Colonel Ardway. Yes, thank you for identifying him. I've orders to take you both to the command post. Monitor. Sir, your maniple will remain here on guard. You will allow no one to enter this house. Be polite to Mrs. Hastings, but keep her and the children here. If there is any attempt at looting, you will prevent it. This street is under the protection of the regiment. Understood? Sir. Do. The slim officer nodded in satisfaction. If you'll come with me, Mr. Mayor, there's a car on the greensward. As Roger followed numbly, he saw the hall clock. He had been sworn in as mayor less than 11 hours ago. The regimental command post was in the city council meeting chambers, with Falkenberg's office in a small connecting room. The council room itself was filled with electronic gear and bustled with runners, while Major Savage and Captain Fast controlled the military conquest of Allensburg. Falkenberg watched the situation develop in the maps displayed on his desktop. It was so fast, Howard Bannister said. The pudgy Secretary of War shook his head in disbelief. I never thought you could do it. Falkenberg shrugged. Light infantry can move, Mr. Secretary. But it cost us. We had to leave the artillery train in orbit with most of our vehicles. I can equip with captured stuff, but we're a bit short on transport. He watched lights flash confusedly for a second on the display before the steady march of red lights blinking to green resumed. But now you're without artillery, Bannister said. And the Patriot Army's got none. Can't have it both ways. We had less than an hour to afloat and get the Dian boats off planet before the spy satellites came over. Now we've got the town and nobody knows we've landed. If this goes right, the first the Confederates will know about us is when their spy snooper stops working. Oh, we had some luck, Bannister said. Boat in harbor, communications out to the mainland. Don't confuse luck with decision factors, Falkenberg answered. Why would I take an isolated hole full of loyalists if there weren't some advantages? Privately, he knew better. The telephone exchange taken by infiltrating scouts, the power plant almost unguarded and falling to 3 minutes brief combat. It was all luck you could count on with good men, but it was luck. Excuse me. He touched a stud in response to a low humming note. Yes? Train coming in from the mines, John Christian, Major Savage reported. We have the station secured. Shall we let it go past the block outside town? Sure. Stick with the plan, Jerry. Thanks. The miners coming home after a week's work on the sides of Rainier Crater were due for a surprise. They waited until all the lights changed to green. Every objective was taken. Power plants, communications, homes of leading citizens, public buildings, railway station and airport, police station. Allensport and its 11,000 citizens were under control. A timer display ticked off the minutes until the spy satellite would be overhead. Falkenberg spoke to the intercom. Sergeant Major, we have 29 minutes to get this place looking normal for this time of night. See to it. Sir. Calvin's unemotional voice was reassuring. I don't think the Confederates spend much time examining pictures of the boondocks anyway, Falkenberg told Bannister. But it's best not to take any chances. Motors roared as ground cars and choppers were put under cover. Another helicopter flew overhead looking for telltales. As soon as that thing's passed, get the troops on the packet ship, Falkenberg ordered, and send in Captain Svoboda, Mayor Hastings, and the local militia colonel, Ardway, wasn't it? Yes, sir, Calvin answered. Colonel Martin Ardway. I'll see if he's up to it, Colonel. Up to it, Sergeant Major? Was he hurt? He had a pistol, Colonel. 12mm thing. Big slug, slow bullet. Couldn't penetrate armor, but he bruised hell out of 2 troopers. Monitor Badnikov laid him out with a rifle butt. Surgeon says he'll be all right. Good enough. If he's able to come, I want him here. Sir, I'll... Falkenberg turned back to the desk and used the computer to produce a planetary map. Where would the supply ship go from here, Mr. Bannister? The secretary traced a course. It would, and will, stay inside this island chain. Nobody but a suicide takes ships into open water on this planet. With no land to interrupt them, the seas go 60 meters in storms. He indicated a route from Allensport to Cape Titan, then through an island chain in the Sea of Mariners. Most ships stop at Preston Bay to deliver metal shop goods for the ranches up on Ford Heights Plateau. The whole area's Patriot territory, and you could liberate it with one stroke. Falkenberg studied the map, then said, No, so most ships stop there. Do some go directly to Astoria? He pointed to a city 1,800 kilometers east of Preston Bay. Yes, sometimes. But the Confederates keep a big garrison in Astoria, Colonel, much larger than the one in Preston Bay. Why go 2,500 kilometers to fight a larger enemy force when there's good Patriot country at half the distance? For the same reason the Confederates don't put much strength at Preston Bay. It's isolated. The Ford Heights ranches are scattered. Look, Mr. Secretary, if we take Astoria, we have the key to the whole Columbia River Valley. The Confederates won't know if we're going north to Duke's Ferry, east to Grand Forks and on into the Capitol Plains, or west to Ford Heights. If I take Preston Bay first, they'll know what I intend because there's only one thing a sane man could do from there. Nah, genuinely, not my aim. But the Columbia Valley people aren't reliable. You won't get good recruits. They were interrupted by a knock. Sergeant Major Calvin ushered in Roger Hastings and Martin Ardway. The militiaman had a lump over his left eye, and his cheek was bandaged. Falkenberg stood to be introduced and offered his hand, which Roger Hastings ignored. Ardway stood rigid for a second, then extended his own. I won't say I'm pleased to meet you, Colonel Falkenberg, but my compliments on an operation well conducted. Thank you, Colonel. Gentlemen, please be seated. You have met Captain Svoboda, my provost. Falkenberg indicated a lanky officer in battle dress who'd come in with them. Captain Svoboda will be in command of this town when the 42nd moves out. Ardway's eyes narrowed with interest. Falkenberg smiled. You'll see it soon enough, Colonel. Now, the rules of occupation are simple. As mercenaries, gentlemen, we are subject to the CoDominium's laws of war. Public property is seized in the name of the Free States. Private holdings are secure, and any property requisitioned will be paid for. Any property used to aid resistance, whether directly or as a place to make conspiracy, will be instantly confiscated. No, Pournelle. Ardway and Hastings shrugged. They'd heard all this before. At one time, the CD tried to suppress mercenaries. When that foiled, the fleet rigidly enforced the Grand Senate's laws of war, but now the fleet was weakened by budget cuts and a new outbreak of U.S. Viet hatred. New Washington was isolated, and it might be years before CD Marines appeared to enforce rules the Grand Senate no longer cared about. I have a problem, gentlemen, Falkenberg said. This city is loyalist, and I must withdraw my regiment. There aren't any Patriot soldiers yet. I am leaving enough force to complete the conquest of this peninsula, but Captain Svoboda will have few troops in Allensport itself. Since we cannot occupy the city, it can legitimately be destroyed to prevent it from becoming a base against me. Now, so I need you. You can't, Hastings protested, jumping to his feet, shattering a glass ashtray. I was sure all that talk about preserving private property was a lot of crap. He turned to Bannister. Howard, I told you last time all you'd succeed in doing was burning down the whole goddamn planet. Now you import soldiers to do it for you. What in God's name can you get from this war? Freedom, Bannister said proudly. Allensport is a nest of traitors anyway. Hold it, Falkenberg said gently. Traitors, Bannister repeated. You'll get what you deserve, you... Tenshut. Sergeant Major Calvin's command startled them. The colonel said you was to hold it. Thank you, Falkenberg said quietly. The silence was louder than the shouts had been. I said I could burn the city, not that I intended to. However, since I won't, I must have hostages. He handed Roger Hastings a computer typescript. Troops are quartered in homes of these persons. You will note that you and Colonel Ardway are at the top of my list. All will be detained, and anyone who escapes will be replaced by members of his family. Your property and ultimately your lives are dependent on your cooperation with Captain Svoboda until I send a regular garrison here. Is this understood? Colonel Ardway nodded grimly. Yes, sir, I agree to it. Thank you, Falkenberg said. And you, Mr. Mayor. I understand. And? Falkenberg prompted. And what? You want me to like it? What kind of sadist are you? I don't care if you like it, Mr. Mayor. I am waiting for you to agree. He doesn't understand, Colonel, Martine Ardway said. Roger, he's asking if you agree to serve as a hostage for the city. The others will be asked as well. If he doesn't get enough to agree, he'll burn the city to the ground. Oh. Roger felt a cold knife of fear. What a hell of a choice. The question is, Falkenberg said, will you accept the responsibilities of the office you hold and keep your damn people from making trouble? Roger swallowed hard. I wanted to be mayor so I could erase the hatreds of the rebellion. Yes, I agree. Excellent, Captain Svoboda. Sir, take the mayor and Colonel Ardway to your office and interview the others. Notify me when you have enough hostages to ensure security. Yes, sir. Gentlemen? It was hard to read his expression as he showed them to the door. The visor of his helmet was up, but Svoboda's angular face remained in shadow. As he escorted them from the room, the intercom buzzed. The satellites overhead, Major Savage reported. All correct, John Christian, and we've secured the passengers off that train. The office door closed. Roger Hastings moved like a robot across the bustling city council chamber room, only dimly aware of the bustle of headquarters activities around him. The damn war, the fools, the bloody damn fools. Couldn't they ever leave things alone? The 16s. A dozen men in camouflage battle dress led a slim pretty girl across hard-packed sands to the water's edge. They were glad to get away from the softer sands above the high-water mark, nearly a kilometer from the pounding surf. Walking in that had been hell, with shifting powder sands infested with small burrowing carnivores too stupid not to attack a booted man. The squad climbed wordlessly into the waiting boat while their leader tried to assist the girl. She needed no help. Glenda Ruth wore tan nylon coveralls and an equipment belt, and she knew this planet and its dangers better than the soldiers. Glenda Ruth Horton had been taking care of herself for 24 of her 26 years. White sandy beaches dotted with marine life, exposed by the low tide, stretched in both directions as far as they could see. Only the boat and its crew showed that the planet had human life. When the coxswain started the boat's water jet, the whir sent clouds of tiny seabirds into frantic activity. The fast packet Maribel lay 12 kilometers offshore, well beyond the horizon. When the boat arrived, deck cranes dipped to seize her and haul the flat-bottomed craft to her davits. Captain Len Fraser escorted Glenda Ruth to the chart room. Falkenberg's battle staff waited there impatiently, some sipping whiskey, others staring at charts whose information they had long since absorbed. Many showed signs of seasickness. The 80-hour voyage from Allensport had been rough, and it hadn't helped that the ship pushed along at 33 kilometers an hour, plowing into big swells among the islands. Lan saluted, then took a glass from the steward and offered it to Glenda Ruth. Colonel Falkenberg, Miss Horton. Glenda Ruth is the Patriot leader in the Columbia Valley. Glenda Ruth, you'll know Secretary Bannister. She nodded coldly, as if she did not care for the rebel minister, but she put out her hand to Falkenberg and shook his in a thoroughly masculine way. She had other masculine gestures, but even with her brown hair tucked neatly under a visored cap, no one would mistake her for a man. She had a heart-shaped face and large green eyes, and her weathered tan might have been envied by the great ladies of the CoDominium. "My pleasure, Miss Horton," Falkenberg said perfunctorily. "Were you seen?" Lan Fraser looked pained. "No, sir. We met the rebel group, and it seems safe enough, so Centurion Michaels and I borrowed some clothing from the ranchers and let Glenda Ruth take us to town for our own look." Lan moved to the chart table. "The fort's up here on the heights." Fraser pointed to the coastal chart. "Typical wall and trench system. Mostly they depend on the Friedlander artillery to control the city and river mouth." "What's in there, Lan?" Major Savage asked. "Worst thing is artillery," the scout troop commander answered. "2 batteries of 105s and a battery of 155s, all self-propelled. As near as we can figure, it's a standard Friedland detached battalion." "About 600 Friedlanders, then," Captain Rottermill said thoughtfully. "And we're told there's a regiment of Earth mercenaries. Anything else?" Lan glanced at Glenda Ruth. "They moved in a squadron of Confederate regular cavalry last week," she said. "Light armored cars. We think they're due to move on, because there's nothing for them to do here, but nobody knows where they're going." "That is odd," Rottermill said. "There's not a proper petrol supply for them here. Where would they go?" Glenda Ruth regarded him thoughtfully. She had little use for mercenaries. Freedom was something to be won, not bought and paid for. But they needed these men, and at least this one had done his homework. Probably to the Snake Valley. They've got wells and refineries there. She indicated the flatlands where the Snake and Columbia merged at Doak's Ferry, 600 kilometers to the north. "That's Patriot country, and cavalry could be useful to supplement the big fortress at the ferry." "Damn bad luck all the same, Colonel," Rottermill said. "Nearly 3,000 men in that damned fortress, and we've not a lot more. How's the security, Lan?" Fraser shrugged. "Not tight. The Earth goons patrol the city, doing MP duty, checking papers. No trouble avoiding them." "The Earthies make up most of the guard details, too," Glenda Ruth added. "They've got a whole rifle regiment of them." "We'll not take that place by storm, John Christian," Major Savage said carefully. "Not without losing half the regiment." "And just what are your soldiers for?" Glenda Ruth demanded. Do they fight sometimes? Sometimes. Falkenberg studied the sketch his scout commander was making. Do they have sentries posted, Captain? Yes, sir. Pairs in towers and walking guards. There are radar dishes every 100 meters, and I expect there are body capacitance wires strung outside as well. I told you, Secretary Bannister said smugly. There was triumph in his voice, in contrast to the grim concern of Falkenberg and his officers. You'll have to raise an army to take that place. Fort Heights is our only chance, Colonel. Astoria's too strong for you. Ladies, no. Glenda Ruth's strong, low-pitched voice commanded attention. We've risked everything to gather the Columbia Valley Patriots. If you don't take Astoria now, they'll go back to their ranches. I was opposed to starting a new revolution, Howard Bannister. I don't think we can stand another long war like the last one. But I've organized my father's friends, and in 2 days I'll command a fighting force. If we scatter now, I'll never get them to fight again. Yeah, why? Where is your army, and how large is it? Falkenberg asked. The assembly area is 200 kilometers north of here. I have 600 riflemen now and another 5,000 coming. A force that size can't hide. She regarded Falkenberg without enthusiasm. They needed a strong, organized nucleus to win, but she was trusting her friends' lives to a man she'd never met. Colonel, my ranchers can't face Confederate regulars or Friedland armor without support, but if you take Astoria, we'll have a base we can hold. Yes. Falkenberg studied the maps as he thought about the girl. She had a more realistic appreciation of irregular forces than Bannister. But how reliable was she? Mr. Bannister, we can't take Astoria without artillery, even with your Fort Heights ranchers. I need Astoria's guns, and the city's the key to the whole campaign anyway. With it in hand, there's a chance to win this war quickly. But it can't be done, Bannister insisted. Yet it must be done, Falkenberg reminded him. And we do have surprise. No Confederate knows we're on this planet and won't for. He glanced at his pocket computer. 27 hours, when weapons detachment knocks down the snooper. Miss Horton, have you made trouble for Astoria lately? Not for months, she said. Was this mercenary, this man Falkenberg, different? I only came this far south to meet you. Captain Fraser's sketch of the fort lay on the table like a death warrant. Falkenberg watched in silence as the scout drew in machine gun emplacements along the walls. I forbid you to risk the revolution on some mad scheme, Bannister shouted. Astoria's far too strong. You said so yourself. Glenda Ruth's rising hopes died again. Bannister was giving the mercenaries a perfect out. Falkenberg straightened and took a brimming glass from the steward. Who's junior man here? He looked around the steel-riveted chart room until he saw an officer near the bulkhead. Excellent. Lieutenant Fuller was a prisoner on Tanith. Mr. Bannister, Until we caught him, Mark, give us a toast. No. Toast, Colonel? Montrose's toast, mister. Montrose's toast. Fear clutched Bannister's guts into a hard ball. Montrose! And Glenda Ruth stared uncomprehendingly, but there was reborn hope in her eyes. Aye, aye, Colonel. Fuller raised his glass. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. Bannister's hands shook as the officers drank. Falkenberg's wry smile, Glenda Ruth's answering look of comprehension and admiration. They were all crazy. The lives of all the patriots were at stake, and the man and the girl, both of them, they were insane. Maribel swung to her anchors 3 kilometers offshore from Astoria. The fast-moving waters of the Columbia swept around her toward the ocean, some 9 kilometers downstream, where waves crashed in a line of breakers, 5 meters high. Getting across the harbor bar was a tricky business, and even in the harbor itself the tides were too fierce for the ship to dock. Maribel's cranes hummed as they swung cargo lighters off her decks. The air-cushioned vehicles moved gracelessly across the water and over the sandy beaches to the corrugated aluminum warehouses, where they left cargo containers and picked up empties. In the fortress above Astoria, the officer of the guard dutifully logged the ship's arrival into his journal. It was the most exciting event in 2 weeks. Since the rebellion had ended, there was little for his men to do. He turned from the tower to look around the encampment. Blasted waste of good armor, he thought. No point in having self-propelled guns as harbor guards. The armor wasn't used, since the guns were in concrete revetments. The lieutenant had been trained in mobile war, and though he could appreciate the need for control over the mouth of New Washington's largest river, he didn't like this duty. There was no glory in manning an impregnable fortress. Retreat sounded, and all over the fort men stopped to face the flags. The Franklin Confederacy colors fluttered down the staff to the salutes of the garrison. Although as guard officer he wasn't supposed to, the lieutenant saluted as the trumpet sang. Over by the guns, men stood at attention, but they didn't salute. Friedland mercenaries, they owed the Confederacy no loyalty that hadn't been bought and paid for. The lieutenant admired them as soldiers, but they were not likable. It was worth knowing them, though, since nobody else could handle armor like them. He had managed to make friends with a few. Someday, when the Confederacy was stronger, they would dispense with mercenaries, and until then he wanted to learn all he could. There were rich planets in this sector of space, planets that Franklin could add to the Confederacy now that the rebellion was over. With the CD fleet weaker every year, opportunities at the edges of inhabited space grew, but only for those ready for them. When retreat ended, he turned back to the harbor. An ugly cargo lighter was coming up the broad roadway to the fort. He frowned, puzzled, and climbed down from the tower. When he reached the gate, the lighter had halted there. Its engine roared, and it was very difficult to understand the driver, a broad-shouldered seaman stevedore who was insisting on something. "I got no orders," the Earth mercenary guardsman was protesting. He turned to the lieutenant in relief. "Sir, they say they have a shipment for us on that thing." "What is it?" the lieutenant shouted. He had to say it again to be heard over the roar of the motors. "What is the cargo?" "Damned if I know," the driver said cheerfully. "Says on the manifest Astoria Fortress, attention supply officer." "Look, Lieutenant, we got to be moving. If the captain don't catch the tide, he can't cross the harbor bar tonight, and he'll skin me for squawwork bait." "Where's the supply officer?" The lieutenant looked at his watch. After retreat, the men dispersed rapidly, and supply officers kept short hours. "There's nobody to offload," he shouted. "Got a crane and crew here," the driver said. "Look, just show me where to put this stuff. We gotta sail at slack water." "Put it out here," the lieutenant said. "Right, you'll have a hell of a job moving it, though." He turned to his companion in the cab. "Okay, Charlie, dump it." The lieutenant thought of what the supply officer would say when he found he'd have to move the 10 by 5 meter containers. He climbed into the bed of the cargo lighter. In the manifest pocket of each container was a ticket reading commissary supplies. "Wait," he ordered. "Private, open the gates. Driver, take this over there." He indicated a warehouse near the center of the camp. "Offload at the big doors." "Right. Hold it, Charlie," Sergeant Major Calvin said cheerfully. "The lieutenant wants the stuff inside." He gave his full attention to driving the ungainly gem. The lighter crew worked the crane efficiently, stacking the cargo containers by the warehouse doors. "Sign here," the driver said. Perhaps I better get someone to inventory the cargo." "Oh, for Christ's sake," the driver protested. "Look, you can see the seals ain't broke. Here, I'll write it in. Seals intact, but cargo not inspected by recip. How you spell recipient, Lieutenant?" "Here, I'll write it for you." He did, and signed with his name and rank. "Have a good voyage." "Naw, rough out there and getting worse. We gotta scoot more cargo to offload." "Not for us." "Naw, for the town." "Thanks, Lieutenant." The gem pivoted and roared away as the guard lieutenant shook his head. What a mess. He climbed into the tower to write the incident up in the day book. As he wrote, he sighed. 1 hour to dark, and 3 until he was off duty. It had been a long, dull day. 3 hours before dawn, the cargo containers silently opened, and Captain Land Fraser led his scouts onto the darkened parade ground. Wordlessly, they moved toward the revetted guns. One squad formed ranks and marched toward the gates, rifles at slope arms. The sentries turned. "What the hell?" one said. "It's not time for our relief. Who's there?" "Can it?" the corporal of the squad said. "We got orders to go out on some goddamn perimeter patrol. Didn't you get the word?" "Nobody tells me anything, The sentry grunted as the corporal struck him with a leather bag of shot. His companion turned quickly, but too late. The squad had already reached him. 2 men stood erect in the starlight at the posts abandoned by the sentries. Astoria was far over the horizon from Franklin, and only a faint red glow to the west indicated the companion planet. The rest of the squad entered the guardhouse. They moved efficiently among the sleeping relief men, and when they finished, the corporal took a communicator from his belt. "Laertes die." On the other side of the parade ground, Captain Fraser led a group of picked men to the radar control center. There was a silent flurry of bayonets and rifle butts. When the brief struggle ended, Lance spoke into his communicator. "Hamlet." There was no answer, but he hadn't expected one. Down in the city, other cargo containers opened in darkened warehouses. Armed men formed into platoons and marched through the dockside streets. The few civilians who saw them scurried for cover. No one had much use for the earthling mercenaries the Confederates employed. A full company marched up the hill to the fort. On the other side, away from the city, the rest of the regiment crawled across plowed fields, heedless of radar alarms but careful of the sentries on the walls above. They passed the first line of capacitance wires, and Major Savage held his breath. 10 seconds, 20. He sighed in relief and motioned the troops to advance. The marching company reached the gate. Sentries challenged them while others in guard towers watched in curiosity. When the gate swung open, the tower guards relaxed. The officer of the watch must have had special orders. The company moved into the armored car park. Across the parade ground, a sentry peered into the night. "Something out there?" "Halt! Who's there?" There was only silence. "See something, Jack?" his companion asked. "Dunno. Look out there. By the bushes." "Something? My God, Harry! The field's full of men!" "Corporal of the guard." "Turn out the guard." He hesitated before taking the final step, but he was sure enough to risk his sergeant's scathing displeasure. A stabbing finger hit the red alarm button, and lights blazed around the camp perimeter. The sirens hooted, and he had time to see 1,000 men in the field near the camp. Then a burst of fire caught him, and he fell. The camp erupted into confusion. The Friedland gunners woke first. They wasted less than a minute before their officers realized the alarm was real. Then the gunners boiled out of the barracks to save their precious armor, but from each revetment, bursts of machine gun fire cut into them. Gunners fell in heaps as the rest scurried for cover. Many had not brought personal weapons in their haste to serve the guns, and they lost time going back for them. Major Savage's men reached the walls and clambered over. Alternate sections kept the walls under a ripple of fire, and despite their heavy battle armor, the men climbed easily in Washington's lower gravity. Officers sent them to the parade ground, where they added their fire to that of the men in the revetments. Hastily set machine guns isolated the artillery emplacements with a curtain of fire. That artillery was the fort's main defense. Once he was certain it was secure, Major Savage sent his invaders by waves into the camp barrack. They burst in with grenades and rifles ready, taking whole companies before their officers could arrive with the keys to their weapons racks. Savage took the Confederate regulars that way, and only the Friedlanders had come out fighting. But their efforts were directed toward their guns, and there they had no chance. Meanwhile, the Earth mercenaries, never very steady troops at best, called for quarter. Many had not fired a shot. The camp defenders fought as disorganized groups against a disciplined force whose communications worked perfectly. At the fortress headquarters building, the alarms woke Commandant Albert Morris. He listened in disbelief to the sounds of battle, and although he rushed out half-dressed, he was too late. His command was engulfed by nearly 4,000 screaming men. Morris stood a moment in indecision, torn by the desire to run to the nearest barracks and rally what forces he could. But he decided his duty was in the communications room. The capital must be told. Desperately, he ran to the radio shack. Everything seemed normal inside, and he shouted orders to the duty sergeant before he realized he had never seen the man before. He turned to face a squad of leveled rifles. A bright light stabbed from a darker corner of the room. "Good morning, sir," an even voice said. Commandant Morris blinked, then carefully raised his hands in surrender. "I've no sidearms. Who the hell are you, anyway?" "Colonel John Christian Falkenberg, at your service. Will you surrender this base and save your men?" Morris nodded grimly. He'd seen enough outside to know the battle was hopeless. His career was finished too, no matter what he did, and there was no point in letting the Friedlanders be slaughtered. Surrender to whom? The light flicked off, and Morris saw Falkenberg. There was a grim smile on the colonel's lips. "Why, to the great Jehovah and the Free States of Washington, Commandant." Albert Morris, who was no historian, did not understand the reference. He took the public address mic the grim troopers handed him. Fortress Astoria had fallen. 2,300 kilometers to the west at Allensport, Sergeant Sherman White slapped the keys to launch 3 small solid rockets. They weren't very powerful birds, but they could be set up quickly, and they had the ability to loft 100 kilos of tiny steel cubes to 140 kilometers. White had very good information on the Confederate satellite's ephemeris. He'd observed it for its past 20 orbits. The target was invisible over the horizon when Sergeant White launched his interceptors. As it came overhead, the small rockets had climbed to meet it. Their radar fuses sought the precise moment. Then they exploded in a cloud of shot that rose as it spread. It continued to climb, halted, and began to fall back toward the ground. The satellite detected the attack and beeped alarms to its masters. Then it passed through the cloud at 1,400 meters per second, relative to the shot. 4 of the steel cubes were in its path. 17. Falkenberg studied the manuals on the equipment in the Confederate command car as it raced northward along the Columbia Valley, road toward Doak's Ferry. Captain Fraser's scouts were somewhere ahead with the captured cavalry equipment, and behind Falkenberg, the regiment was strung out piecemeal. There were men on motorcycles, in private trucks, horse-drawn wagons, and on foot. There'd be more walking soon. The captured cavalry gear was a lucky break, but the Columbia Valley wasn't technologically developed. Most local transport was by animal power, and the farmers relied on the river to ship produce to the deep-water port at Astoria. The river boats and motor fuel were the key to the operation. There wasn't enough of either. Glenda Ruth Horton had surprised Falkenberg by not arguing about the need for haste, and her ranchers were converging on all the river ports, taking heavy casualties in order to seize boats and fuel before the scattered Confederate occupation forces could destroy them. Meanwhile, Falkenberg had recklessly flung the regiment northward. "Firefight ahead," his driver said. "Another of them, 1 battery posts." "Right, White." Falkenberg fiddled with the unfamiliar controls until the map came into sharper focus, then activated the comm circuit. "Sir," Captain Fraser answered. "They've got a battery of 105s and an MG company in there, more than I can handle." "Right, pass it by. Let Miss Horton's ranchers keep it under siege. Found any more fuel?" Fraser laughed unpleasantly. "Colonel, you can adjust the carburetors in these things to handle a lot, but Christ, they bloody well won't run on paraffin. There's not even farm machinery out here. We're running on fumes now, and damned low-grade fumes at that." "Yeah, oh." The Confederates were getting smarter. For the first 100 kilometers, they took fueling stations intact. But now, unless the Patriots were already in control, The fuel was torched before Fraser's fast-moving scouts arrived. "Keep going as best you can, Captain." "Sir, out. We got some reserve fuel with the guns," Sergeant Major Calvin reminded him. The big RISM sat in the turret of the command caravan, and at frequent intervals fondled the 30mm cannon there. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it had been a long time since the RESM was gunner in an armored vehicle. He was hoping to get in some fighting. No, those guns have to move east to the passes. They're sure to send a reaction force from the capital, top soldier. But would they? Falkenberg wondered. Instead of moving northwest from the capital to reinforce the fortress at Dokes Ferry, they might send troops by sea to retake Astoria. It would be a stupid move, and Falkenberg counted on the Confederates acting intelligent. As far as anyone knew, the Astoria fortress guns dominated the river mouth. A detachment of weapons battalion remained there with anti-aircraft rockets to keep reconnaissance at a distance, but otherwise Astoria was held only by a hastily raised Patriot force stiffened with a handful of mercenaries. The Friedlander guns had been taken out at night. If Falkenberg's plan worked, by the time the Confederates knew what they faced, Astoria would be strongly held by Valley Patriot armies, and other Patriot forces would have crossed the water to hold Allensport. It was a risky battle plan, but it had one merit. It was the only one that could succeed. Leading elements of the regiment covered half the 600 kilometers north to Dokes Ferry in 10 hours. Behind Falkenberg's racing lead groups, the main body of the regiment moved more ponderously, pausing to blast out pockets of resistance where that could be quickly done, otherwise bypassing them, for the Patriot irregulars to starve into submission. The whole valley was rising, and the further north Falkenberg went, the greater the number of Patriots he encountered. When they reached the 400-kilometer point, he sent Glenda Ruth Horton eastward toward the passes to join Major Savage and the Friedland artillery. Like the regiment, the ranchers moved by a variety of means: helicopters, gems, trucks, mules, and on foot. "Real bootstraps," Hiram Black said. Black was a short, wind-brown rancher commissioned colonel by the Free States Council and sent with Falkenberg to aid in controlling rebel forces. Falkenberg liked the man's dry humor and hard realism. "General Falkenberg, we got the damnedest collection in the history of warfare." Yes, there was nothing more to say. In addition to the confused transport situation, there was no standardization of weapons. They had hunting pieces, weapons taken from the enemy, the regiment's own equipment, and stockpiles of arms smuggled in by the Free States before Falkenberg's arrival. "That's what computers are for," Falkenberg said. "Crossroad coming up," the driver warned. "Hang on." The crossing was probably registered by the guns of an untaken post 8 kilometers ahead. Fraser's cavalry had blinded its hilltop observation radars before passing it by, but the battery would have had brief sights of the command car. The driver suddenly halted. There was a sharp whistle, and an explosion rocked the caravan. Shrapnel rattled off the armored sides. The car bounded into life and accelerated. 10 credits you owe me, Sergeant Major," the driver said. "Told you they'd expect me to speed up." "Think I wanted to win the bet, Carpenter?" Calvin asked. They drove through rolling hills covered with the golden tassels of corn plants. Genetic engineering had made New Washington's native grain one of the most valuable food crops in space. Superficially similar to Earth maize, this corn had a growing cycle of 2 local years. Toward the end of the cycle, hydrostatic pressures built up until it exploded, but if harvested in the dry period, New Washington corn was high-protein dehydrated food energy, palatable when cooked in water, and good fodder for animals as well. "Ought to be getting past the opposition now," Hiram Black said. "Expect the Feddies'll be pulling back to the fort at Dokes Ferry from here on." His estimate was confirmed a half-hour later when Falkenberg's comm set squawked into action. "We're in a little town called Madselin, Colonel," Fraser said. "Used to be a garrison here, but they're running up the road. There's a citizens' committee to welcome us. Not you. To hell with the Citizens Committee, Falkenberg snapped. Pursue the enemy. Colonel, I'd be very pleased to do so, but I've no petrol at all. Falkenberg nodded grimly. Captain Fraser, I want the scouts as far north as they can get. Isn't there any transport? There was a long silence. Well, sir, there are bicycles. Then use bicycles, by God. Use whatever you have to, Captain, but until you are stopped by the enemy, you will continue the advance, bypassing concentrations. Snap at their heels. Land, they're scared. They don't know what's chasing them, and if you keep the pressure on, they won't stop to find out. Keep going, laddie. I'll bail you out if you get in trouble. Not a will. Aye, aye, Colonel. See you in Doak's Ferry. Correct. Out. Can you keep that promise, General? Hiram Black asked. Falkenberg's pale blue eyes stared through the rancher. That depends on how reliable your Glenda Ruth Horton is, Colonel Black. Your ranchers are supposed to be gathering along the valley. With that threat to their flanks, the Confederates will not dare form a defense line south of Doak's Ferry. If your patriots don't show up, then it's another story entirely. He shrugged. Behind him, the regiment was strung out along 300 kilometers of roads, its only flank protection at speed and the enemy's uncertainties. It's up to her in more ways than one, Falkenberg continued. She said the main body of Friedland armor was in the capital area. Hiram Black sucked his teeth in a very unmilitary way. General, if Glenda Ruth's sure of something, you can damn well count on it. Sergeant Major Calvin grunted. The noise spoke his thoughts better than words. It was a hell of a thing when the life of the 42nd had to depend on a young colonial girl. How did she come to command the Valley Ranchers anyway? Falkenberg asked. Inherited it, Black answered. Her father was one hell of a man, General. Got himself killed in the last battle of the First Revolution. She'd been his chief of staff. Old Josh trusted her more than he did most of his officers. So would I, if I was you, General. So, I already do. To Falkenberg, the regiment was more than a mercenary force. Like any work of art, it was an instrument perfectly forged, its existence and perfection its own reason for existence. But unlike any work of art, because the regiment was a military unit, it had to fight battles and take casualties. The men who died in battle were mourned. They weren't the regiment, though, and it would exist when every man now in it was dead. The 42nd had faced defeat before and might find it again, but this time the regiment itself was at hazard. Falkenberg was gambling not merely their lives, but the 42nd itself. He studied the battle maps as they raced northward. By keeping the enemy off balance, one regiment could do the work of 5. Eventually, though, the Confederates would no longer retreat. They were falling back on their fortress at Doak's Ferry, gathering strength and concentrating for a battle that Falkenberg could never win. Therefore, that battle must not be fought until the ranchers had concentrated. Meanwhile, the regiment must bypass Doak's Ferry and turn east to the mountain passes, closing them before the Friedland armor and Covenant Highlanders could debouch onto the western plains. Think you'll make it? Hiram Black asked. He watched as Falkenberg manipulated controls to move symbols across the map tank in the command car. Seems to me the Friedlanders will reach the pass before you can. They will, Falkenberg said. And if they get through, we're lost. He twirled a knob, sending a bright blip representing Major Savage with the artillery racing diagonally from Astoria to Hillier Gap, while the main force of the regiment continued up the Columbia, then turned east to the mountains, covering 2 legs of a triangle. Jerry Savage could be there first, but he won't have enough force to stop them. Another set of symbols crawled across the map. Instead of a distinctly formed body, this was a series of rivulets coming together at the pass. Miss Horton has also promised to be there with reinforcements and supplies, enough to hold in the first battle, anyway. If they delay the Friedlanders long enough for the rest of us to get there, we'll own the entire agricultural area of New Washington. The revolution will be better than half over. Duh. And what if she can't get there, or they can't hold the Friedlanders and Covenant boys? Hiram Black asked. Sergeant Major Calvin grunted again. 18. Hillier Gap was a 6-kilometer wide, hilly notch in the high mountain chain. The Aldine Mountains ran roughly northwest to southeast, and were joined at their midpoint by the southward stretching Temblers. Just at the join was the gap that connected the capital city plain to the east with the Columbia Valley to the west. Major Jeremy Savage regarded his position with satisfaction. He not only had the 26 guns taken from the Friedlanders at Astoria, but another dozen captured in scattered outposts along the lower Columbia, and all were securely dug in behind hills overlooking the gap. Forward of the guns were 6 companies of infantry, 2nd Battalion and half of 3rd, with 1,000 ranchers behind in reserve. We won't be outflanked anyway, Centurion Bryant observed. Ought to hold just fine, sir. We've a chance, Major Savage agreed. Thanks to Miss Horton. You must have driven your men right along. Glenda Ruth shrugged. Her irregulars had run low on fuel 180 kilometers west of the gap, and she'd brought them on foot in one forced march of 30 hours after sending her ammunition supplies ahead with the last drops of gasoline. I just came on myself, Major. Wasn't a question of driving them. The men followed right enough. Jeremy Savage looked at her quickly. The slender girl was not very pretty at the moment, with her coveralls streaked with mud and grease, her hair falling in strings from under her cap, but he'd rather have seen her just then than the current Miss Universe. With her troops and ammunition supplies, he had a chance to hold this position. I suppose they did at that. Centurion Bryant turned away quickly with something caught in his throat. Can we hold until Colonel Falkenberg gets here? Glenda Ruth asked. I expect them to send everything they've got. We sincerely hope they do, Jeremy Savage answered. It's our only chance, you know, if that armor gets onto open ground. There's no other way onto the plains, Major, she replied. The Temblers go right on down to the Matson swamplands, and nobody's fool enough to risk armor there. Great Bend's Patriot country. Between the swamps and the Patriot irregulars, it'd take a week to cross the Matson. If they're coming by land, they're coming through here. Oh, right. And they'll be coming, Savage finished for her. They'll want to relieve the Dokes Ferry fortress before we can get it under close siege. At least that was John Christian's plan, and he's usually right. Glenda Ruth used her binoculars to examine the road. There was nothing out there, yet. This colonel of yours, what's in this for him? Nobody gets rich on what we can pay. I should think you'd be glad enough we're here, Jeremy said. Oh, I'm glad all right. In 240 hours, Falkenberg's isolated every Confederate garrison west of the Temblers. The capital city forces are the only army left to fight. You've almost liberated the planet in one campaign. Luck, Jeremy Savage murmured. Lots of it, all good. Glenda Ruth was contemptuous. I don't believe in that. No more do you. Sure, with the Confederates scattered out occupation duty, anybody who could get troops to move fast enough could cut the Feddies up before they got into big enough formations to resist. The fact is, Major, nobody believed that could be done except on maps. Not with real troops, and he did it. That's not luck, that's genius. Narnimni. Savage shrugged. I wouldn't dispute that. No more would I. Now answer this. Just what is a real military genius doing commanding mercenaries on a jerkwater agricultural planet? A man like that should be Lieutenant General of the CoDominium. The CD isn't interested in military genius, Miss Horton. The Grand Senate wants obedience, not brilliance. Maybe. I hadn't heard Lermontov was a fool, and they made him Grand Admiral. Oh, K. The CoDominium had no use for Falkenberg. But why Washington, Major? With that regiment, you could take any place but Sparta and give the Brotherhoods a run for it there. She swept the horizon with the binoculars, and Savage could not see her eyes. This girl disturbed him. No other Free State official questioned the good fortune of hiring Falkenberg. The regimental council voted to come here because we were sick of Tanith, Miss Horton. Sure. She continued to scan the bleak foothills in front of them. Look, I'd better get some rest if we've got a fight coming, and we do. Look just at the horizon on the left side of the road. As she turned away, Centurion Bryant's communicator buzzed. The outpost had spotted the scout elements of an armored task force. As Glenda Ruth walked back to her bunker, her head felt as if it would begin spinning. She had been born on New Washington and was used to the planet's 40-hour rotation period, but lack of sleep made her almost intoxicated even so. Walking on pillows, she told herself. That had been Harley Hastings' description of how they felt when they didn't come in until dawn. Is Harley out there with the armor? She wondered. She hoped not. It would never have worked, but he's such a good boy. Too much of a boy, though, trying to act like a man. While it's nice to be treated like a lady sometimes, he could never believe I could do anything for myself at all. 2 ranchers stood guard with one of Falkenberg's corporals at her bunker. The corporal came to a rigid present. The ranchers called a greeting. Glenda Ruth made a gesture, halfway between a wave and a return of the corporal's salute, and went inside. The contrast couldn't have been greater, she thought. Her ranchers weren't about to make themselves look silly, with present arms and salutes, and the rest of it. She stumbled inside and wrapped herself in a thin blanket without undressing. Somehow the incident outside bothered her. Falkenberg's men were military professionals. All of them. What were they doing on New Washington? Howard Bannister asked them here. He even offered them land for a permanent settlement, and he had no right to do that. There's no way to control a military force like that without keeping a big, standing army, and the cure is worse than the disease. But without Falkenberg, the revolution's doomed. And what happens if we win it? What will Falkenberg do after it's over? Leave. I'm afraid of him because he's not the type to just leave. And, she thought, to be honest, Falkenberg's a very attractive man. I liked just the way he toasted. Howard gave him the perfect out, but he didn't take it. She could still remember him with his glass lifted, an enigmatic smile on his lips, and then he went into the packing crates himself, along with Leigh and his men. But courage isn't anything special. What we need here is loyalty, and that he's never promised at all. There was no one to advise her. Her father was the only man she'd ever really respected. Before he was killed, he'd tried to tell her that winning the war was only a small part of the problem. There were countries on Earth that had gone through 50 bloody revolutions before they were lucky enough to have a tyrant gain control and stop them. Revolution's the easy part, as her father used to say. Ruling afterwards, that's something else entirely. As she fell asleep, she saw Falkenberg in a dream. What if Falkenberg wouldn't let them keep their revolution? His hard features softened in a swirling mist. He was wearing military uniform and sat at a desk, Sergeant Major Calvin at his side. These can live. Kill those. Send these to the mines, Falkenberg ordered. The big sergeant moved tiny figures that looked like model soldiers, but they weren't all troops. One was her father. Another was a group of her ranchers. And they weren't models at all. They were real people reduced to miniatures whose screams could barely be heard as the stern voice continued to pronounce their dooms. Brigadier Wilfred von Mellenthin looked up the hill toward the rebel troop emplacements, then climbed back down into his command caravan to wait for his scouts to report. He had insisted that the Confederacy send his armor west immediately after the news arrived that Astoria had fallen. But the general staff wouldn't let him go. Fools, he thought. The staff said it was too big a risk. Von Mellenthin's Friedlander Armored Task Force was the Confederacy's best military unit, and it couldn't be risked in a trap. Now the general staff was convinced that they faced only one regiment of mercenaries. One regiment, and that must have taken heavy casualties in storming Astoria. So the staff said. Von Mellenthin studied the map table and shrugged. Someone was holding the gap, and he had plenty of respect for the New Washington ranchers. Given rugged terrain like that in front of him, they could put up a good fight. A good enough fight to blunt his force. But he decided it was worth it. Beyond the gap was open terrain, and the ranchers would have no chance there. The map changed and flowed as he watched. Scouts reported, and von Mellenthin's staff officers checked the reports, correlated the data, and fed it onto his displays. The map showed well-dug-in infantry, far more of it than von Mellenthin had expected. That damned Falkenberg. The man had an uncanny ability to move troops. Von Mellenthin turned to the chief of staff. "Horst, do you think he has heavy guns here already?" Oberst Carnap shrugged. "Weiß nicht, Brigadier. Every hour gives Falkenberg time to dig in at the gap, and we have lost many hours." "Not Falkenberg," von Mellenthin corrected. "He is now investing the fortress at Dokes Ferry. We have reports from the commandant there. Most of Falkenberg's force must be far to the west." He turned back to his maps. They were as complete as they could be without closer observation. As if reading his mind, Carnap asked, "Shall I send scouting forces, Brigadier?" Von Mellenthin stared at the map as if it might tell him one more detail, but it would not. "No, we go through with everything," he said in sudden decision. "Kick their arses, don't pee on them." "Jawohl." Carnap spoke quietly into the command circle. Then he looked up again. "It is my duty to point out the risk, Brigadier. We will take heavy losses if they have brought up artillery." "I know. But if we fail to get through now, we may never relieve the fortress in time. Half the war is lost when Dokes Ferry is taken. Better heavy casualties immediately than a long war. I will lead the attack myself. You will remain with the command caravan." "Jawohl. Jawohl, Brigadier da." Von Mellenthin climbed out of the heavy caravan and into a medium tank. He took his place in the turret, then spoke quietly to the driver. "Forward." The armor brushed the infantry screens aside as if they had not been there. Von Mellenthin's tanks and their supporting infantry cooperated perfectly to pin down and root out the opposition. The column moved swiftly forward to cut the enemy into disorganized fragments for the following Covenanter infantry to mop up. Von Mellenthin was chewing up the blocking force piecemeal as his brigade rushed deeper into the gap. It was all too easy, and he thought he knew why. The sweating tankers approached the irregular ridge at the very top of the pass. Suddenly a fury of small arms and mortar fire swept across them. The tanks moved on, but the infantry scrambled for cover. Armor and infantry were separated for a moment, and at that instant his lead tanks reached the minefields. Brigadier von Mellenthin began to worry. Logic told him the minefields couldn't be wide or dense, and if he punched through, he would reach the soft headquarters areas of his enemies. Once there, his tanks would make short work of the headquarters and depots, the Covenanter infantry would secure the pass, and his brigade could charge across the open fields beyond. But if the defenders had better transport than the general staff believed, and thus had thousands of mines, he was dooming his armor. "Evaluation," he demanded. The repeater screen in his command tank swam, then showed the updated maps. His force was bunched up, and his supporting infantry was pinned and taking casualties. "Recommendation? Send scouting forces," Oberst Carnap's voice urged. Von Mellenthin considered it for a moment. Compromises in war are often worse than either course of action. A small force could be lost without gaining anything. Divided forces can be defeated in detail. He had only moments to reach a decision. "Boot don't spatter," he said. "We go forward." They reached the narrowest part of the gap. His force now bunched together even more, and his drivers, up to now automatically avoiding terrain features that might be registered by artillery, had to approach conspicuous landmarks. Brigadier von Mellenthin gritted his teeth. The artillery salvo was perfectly delivered. The brigade had less than a quarter-minute warning as the radars picked up the incoming projectiles. Then the shells exploded all at once, dropping among his tanks to brush away the last of the covering infantry. As the barrage lifted, hundreds of men appeared from the ground itself. A near-perfect volley of infantry-carried anti-tank rockets slammed into his tanks. Then the radars showed more incoming mail and swam in confusion. "Yeah, that too," von Mellenthin muttered. His counter-battery screen showed a shower of gunk. The defenders were firing chaff, hundreds of thousands of tiny metal chips, which slowly drifted to the ground. Neither side could use radar to aim indirect fire, but von Mellenthin's armor was under visual observation, while the enemy guns had never been precisely located. Another time on target, salvo land. "Damned good shooting, von Mellenthin," muttered to his driver. There weren't more than 5 seconds between the first and the last shell's arrival. The brigade was being torn apart on this killing ground. The lead elements ran into more minefields. Defending infantry crouched in holes and ditches. Tiny little groups that is covering infantry could sweep aside in a moment, if it could get forward, but the infantry was cut off by the barrages falling behind and around the tanks. There was no room to maneuver and no infantry support, the classic nightmare of an armor commander. The already rough ground was strewn with pits and ditches. High-explosive anti-tank shells fell all around his force. There were not many hits yet, but any disabled tanks could be pounded to pieces, and there was nothing to shoot back at. The lead tanks were under steady fire, and the assault slowed. The enemy expended shells at a prodigal rate. Could they keep it up? If they ran out of shells, it was all over. Von Mellenthin hesitated. Every moment kept his armor in hell. Doubts undermined his determination. Only the Confederate General Staff told him he faced no more than Falkenberg's Legion, and the staff had been wrong before. Whatever was out there had taken Astoria before the Commandant could send a single message. At almost the same moment, the observation satellite was killed over Allensport. Every fortress along the Columbia was invested within hours. Surely not even Falkenberg could do that with no more than 1 regiment? What was he fighting? If he faced a well-supplied force with transport enough to continue this bombardment for hours, not minutes, the brigade was lost. His brigade, the finest armor in the world, lost to the faulty intelligence of these damned colonials. Recall the force. Consolidate at Station Hildebrand. The orders flashed out, and the tanks fell back, rescuing the pinned infantry and covering their withdrawal. When the brigade assembled east of the gap, von Mellenthin had lost 1/8 of his tanks, and he doubted if he would recover any of them. 19. The honor guard presented arms as the command caravan unbuttoned. Falkenberg acknowledged their salutes and strode briskly into the staff bunker. 10 shot. Sergeant Major Calvin commanded. "Carry on, gentlemen. Major Savage, you'll be pleased to know I brought the regimental artillery. We landed it yesterday. Getting a bit thin, wasn't it?" "That it was, John Christian." "Jeremy," Savage answered grimly. "If the battle had lasted another hour, we'd have been out of everything." "Miss Morton, you can relax now," the colonel said. "Carry on." "I wasn't sure," Glenda Ruth huffed. She glanced outside where the honor guard was dispersing and scowled in disapproval. "I'd hate to be shot for not bowing properly." Officers and troopers in the CP tensed, but nothing happened. Falkenberg turned to Major Savage. "What were the casualties, Major?" "Heavy, sir. We have 283 effectives remaining in 2nd Battalion. Falkenberg's face was impassive. "And how many walking wounded?" "Sir, that includes the walking wounded." "I see. 65% casualties, not including the walking wounded." "And third?" "I couldn't put together a corporal's guard from the 2 companies. The survivors are assigned to headquarters duties." "What's holding the line out there, Jerry?" Falkenberg demanded. "Irregulars and what's left of 2nd Battalion, Colonel. We are rather glad to see you, don't you know." Glenda Ruth Horton had a momentary struggle with herself. Whatever she might think about all the senseless militaristic rituals Falkenberg was addicted to, honesty demanded that she say something. "Colonel, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry I implied that your men wouldn't fight at Astoria." "I didn't say." "The question is, Miss Horton, will yours?" "I have 2 batteries of the 42nd's artillery, but I can add nothing to the line itself. My troops are investing Doak's Ferry, my cavalry, and 1st Battalion are on Ford Heights, and the regiment will be scattered for 3 more days." "Are you saying your ranchers can't do as well as my mercenaries?" She nodded unhappily. Colonel, we could never have stood up to that attack. The second senior centurion told me many of his mortars were served by only one man before the battle ended. We'll never have men that steady. Falkenberg looked relieved. Centurion Bryant survived, then? Why, yes. Then the second still lives. Falkenberg nodded to himself in satisfaction. We can't stop another attack by that armor, Glenda Ruth protested. But maybe we won't have to, Falkenberg said. Miss Horton, I'm betting that von Mellenthin won't risk his armor until the infantry has cleared a hole. From his view, he's tried and run into something he can't handle. He doesn't know how close it was. Meanwhile, thanks to your efforts in locating transport, we have the artillery partly resupplied. Let's see what we can do with what we've got. 3 hours later, they looked up from the maps. That's it then, Falkenberg said. Yes. Glenda Ruth looked over the troop dispositions. Those forward patrols are the key to it all, she said carefully. Of course. He reached into his kit bag. Have a drink. Now? But why not? Thank you, I will. He poured 2 mess cups partly full of whiskey and handed her one. I can't stay long, though, she said. He shrugged and raised the glass. A willing foe, but not too willing, he said. She hesitated a moment, then drank. It's a game to you, isn't it? Perhaps. And to you? I hate it. I hate all of it. I didn't want to start the rebellion again. She shuddered. I've had enough of killing and crippled men and burned farms. Then why are you here? He asked. There was no mockery in his voice, and no contempt. The question was genuine. My friends asked me to lead them, and I couldn't let them down. A good reason, Falkenberg said. Thank you. She drained the cup. I've got to go now. I have to get into my battle armor. That seems reasonable, although the bunkers are well built. I won't be in a bunker, Colonel. I'm going on patrol with my ranchers. Falkenberg regarded her critically. I wouldn't think that wise, Miss Horton. Personal courage in a commanding officer is an admirable trait, but I know. She smiled softly. But it needn't be demonstrated because it is assumed, right? Not with us. I can't order the ranchers, and I don't have years of tradition to keep them. That's the reason for all the ceremonials, isn't it? She asked in surprise. Falkenberg ignored the question. The point is, the men follow you. I doubt they'd fight as hard for me if you're killed. Irrelevant, Colonel. Believe me, I don't want to take this patrol out. But if I don't take the first one, there may never be another. We're not used to holding lines, and it's taking some doing to keep my troops steady. And so you have to shame them into going out. She shrugged. If I go, they will. I'll lend you a centurion and some headquarters guards. No, Boise. Send the same troops with me that you'll send with any other patriot force. She swayed for a moment. Lack of sleep and the whiskey and the knot of fear in her guts combined for a moment. She held the edge of the desk for a second while Falkenberg looked at her. Oh, damn, she said. Then, she smiled slightly. John Christian Falkenberg, don't you see why it has to be this way? He nodded. I don't have to like it. All right, get your final briefing from the sergeant major in 35 minutes. Good luck, Miss Horton. Thank you. She hesitated, but there was nothing more to say. The patrol moved silently through low scrub brush. Something fluttered past her face. A flying squirrel, she thought. There were a lot of gliding creatures on New Washington. The low hills smelled of Toulouse from the shells and mortars that had fallen there in the last battle. The night was pitch dark, with only Franklin's dull red loom at the far western horizon, so faint that it was sensed, not seen. Another flying fox chittered past, darting after insects and screeching into the night. A dozen ranchers followed in single file. Behind them came a communications maniple from the 42nd's band. Glenda wondered what they did with their instruments when they went on to combat duty, and wished she'd asked. The last man on the trail was a Sergeant Fruska, who'd been sent along by Sergeant Major Calvin at the last minute. Glenda Ruth had been glad to see him, although she felt guilty about having him along. And that's silly, she told herself. Men think that way. I don't have to. I'm not trying to prove anything. The ranchers carried rifles. 3 of Falkenberg's men did also. The other 2 had communications gear, and Sergeant Hruska had a submachine gun. It seemed a pitifully small force to contest ground with Covenant Highlanders. They passed through the final outposts of her nervous ranchers and moved into the valleys between the hills. Glenda Ruth felt completely alone in the silence of the night. She wondered if the others felt it too. Certainly the ranchers did. They were all afraid. What of the mercenaries? She wondered. They weren't alone anyway. They were with comrades who shared their meals in their bunkers. As long as one of Falkenberg's men was alive, there would be someone to care about those lost. And they do care, she told herself. Sergeant Major Calvin, with his gruff dismissal of casualty reports. Bah, bah. Another trooper, he'd said when they told him an old messmate had bought it in the fight with the armor. Men, do. She tried to imagine the thoughts of a mercenary soldier, but it was impossible. They were too alien. Was Falkenberg like the rest of them? They were nearly a kilometer beyond the lines when she found a narrow gully, 2 meters deep. It meandered down the hillsides along the approaches to the outposts behind her, and any attacking force assaulting her sector would have to pass it. She motioned the men into the ditch. Waiting was hardest of all. The ranchers continually moved about, and she had to crawl along the gully to whisper them into silence. Hours went by, each an agony of waiting. She glanced at her watch to see that no time had elapsed since the last time she'd looked, and resolved not to look again for a full 15 minutes. After what seemed 15 minutes, she waited for what was surely another 10, then looked to see that only 11 minutes had passed altogether. She turned in disgust to stare into the night, blinking against the shapes that formed, shapes that couldn't be real. Why do I keep thinking about Falkenberg? And why did I call him by his first name? The vision of him in her dream still haunted her as well. In the starlit gloom, she could almost see the miniature figures again. Falkenberg's impassive orders rang in her ears. Kill this one. Send this one to the mines. He could do that, she thought. He could. The miniatures were joined by larger figures in battle armor. With a sudden start, she knew they were real. 2 men stood motionless in the draw below her. She touched Sergeant Hruska and pointed. The trooper looked carefully and nodded. As they watched, more figures joined the pair of scouts, until soon there were nearly 50 of them in the fold of the hill, 200 meters away. They were too far for her squad's weapons to have much effect, and a whispered command sent Hruska crawling along the gully to order the men to stay down and be silent. The group continued to grow. She couldn't see them all, and since she could count nearly 100, she must be observing the assembly area of a full company. Were these the dreaded Highlanders? Memories of her father's defeat came unwanted, and she brushed them away. They were only hired men, but they fought for glory, and somehow that was enough to make them terrible. After a long time, the enemy began moving toward her. They formed a V-shape with the point aimed almost directly at her position, and she searched for the ends of the formation. What she saw made her gasp. 400 meters to her left was another company of soldiers in double file. They moved silently and swiftly up the hill, and the lead elements were already far beyond her position. Frantically, she looked to the right, focusing the big electronic light amplifying glasses, and saw another company of men half a kilometer away. A full Highlander battalion was moving right up her hill in an inverted M, and the group in front of her was the connecting sweep to link the assault columns. In minutes they would be among the ranchers in the defense line. Still, she waited, until the dozen Highlanders of the point were 10 meters from her. She shouted commands. Up and at them! Fire! From both ends of her ditch, the mercenaries' automatic weapons chattered. Then their fire was joined by her riflemen. The point was cut down to a man, and Sergeant Hruska directed fire on the main body, while Glenda Ruth shouted into her communicator. Fire mission, flash Uncle 4. There was a moment's delay which seemed like years. Flash, Uncle, 4, Dar. Another long pause. On the way, an unemotional voice answered. She thought it sounded like Falkenberg, but she was too busy to care. Reporting, she said. At least one battalion of light infantry and assault columns is moving uphill, 905 along ridges. Uncle and Zebra. They're shifting left. She looked up to see Fruska. The non-com pointed to the company in front of her position. Small knots of men curled leftward. They hugged the ground and were visible only for seconds. Move some men to that end of the gully, she ordered. It was too late to shift artillery fire. Anyway, if the Highlanders ever got to the top of the ridge, the ranchers wouldn't hold them. She held her breath and waited. There was the scream of incoming artillery. Then the night was lit by bright flashes. VT shells fell among the distant enemy on the left flank. Pour it on, she shouted into the communicator. On target. Right, on the way. She was sure it was Falkenberg himself at the other end. Cat-like, she grinned in the dark. What was a colonel doing as a telephone orderly? Was he worried about her? She almost laughed at the thought. Certainly he was. The ranchers would be hard to handle without her. The ridge above erupted in fire. Mortars and grenades joined the artillery pounding the leftward assault column. Glenda Ruth paused to examine the critical situation to the right. The assault force, 500 meters away, was untouched and continued to advance toward the top of the ridge. It was going to be close. She let the artillery hold its target another 5 minutes while her riflemen engaged the company in front of her, then took up the radio again. The right-hand column had nearly reached the ridges, and she wondered if she had waited too long. Fire mission. Flash Zebra 9. Zebra 9, the emotionless voice replied. There was a short delay, then, on the way. The fire lifted from the left flank almost immediately, and 2 minutes later began to fell 500 meters to the right. They're flanking us, miss, Sergeant Ruska reported. She'd been so busy directing artillery at the assaults against the ridgeline that she'd actually forgotten her 20 men were engaged in a firefight with over 100 enemies. Shall we pull back? Ruska asked. She tried to think, but it was impossible in the noise and confusion. The assault columns were still moving ahead, and she had the only group that could observe the entire attack. Every precious shell had to count. No. We'll hold on here. Right, miss. The surgeon seemed to be enjoying himself. He moved away to direct the automatic weapons and rifle fire. How long can we hold? Glenda Ruth wondered. She let the artillery continue to pound the right-hand assault force for 20 minutes. By then, the Highlanders had nearly surrounded her and were ready to assault from the rear. Prayerfully, she lifted the radio again. Fire mission. Give me everything you can on Jack 5. And for God's sake, don't go over. We're at Jack 6. Flash, Jack 5, the voice acknowledged immediately. There was a pause. On the way. They were the most beautiful words she'd ever heard. Now, they waited. The Highlanders rose to charge. A wild sound filled the night. My God, pipes, she thought. But even as the infantry moved, the pipes were drowned by the whistle of artillery. Glenda Ruth dove to the bottom of the gully and saw that the rest of her command had done the same. The world erupted in sound. Millions of tiny fragments at enormous velocity filled the night with death. Cautiously, she lifted a small periscope to look behind her. The Highlander company had dissolved. Shells were falling among dead men, lifting them to be torn apart again and again as the radar-fused shells fell among them. Glenda Ruth swallowed hard and swept the glass around. The left assault company had reformed and was turning back to attack the ridge. Fire Flash Uncle 4, she said softly. Interrogative. Flash Uncle 4. Uncle 4, on the way. As soon as the fire lifted from behind them, her men returned to the lip of the gully and resumed firing, but the sounds began to die away. We're down to the ammo in the guns now, miss, Hruska reported. May I have your spare magazines? She realized with a sudden start that she had yet to fire a single shot. The night wore on. Whenever the enemy formed up to assault her position, He was cut apart by the merciless artillery. Once she asked for a box barrage all around her gully. By that time, the men were down to 3 shots in each rifle, and the automatic weapons had no ammo at all. The toneless voice simply answered, "On the way." An hour before dawn, nothing moved on the hill. Winning PDAs. The thin notes of a military trumpet sounded across the barren hills of the Gap. The ridges east of Falkenberg's battle line lay dead, their foliage cut to shreds by shell fragments, the very earth thrown into crazy quilt craters, partly burying the dead. A cool wind blew through the Gap, but it couldn't dispel the smells of nitro and death. The trumpet sounded again. Falkenberg's glasses showed 3 unarmed Highlander officers carrying a white flag. An ensign was dispatched to meet them, and the young officer returned with a blindfolded Highlander major. Major McCrae, 4th Covenant Infantry. The officer introduced himself after the blindfold was removed. He blinked at the bright lights of the bunker. "You'll be Colonel Falkenberg." "Yes. What can we do for you, Major?" "I've orders to offer a truce for burying the dead. 20 hours, Colonel, if that's agreeable." "No? 4 days and nights?" 160 hours, Major," Falkenberg said. 160 hours, Colonel." The burly Highlander regarded Falkenberg suspiciously. "You'll want that time to complete your defenses." "Perhaps. But 20 hours is not enough time to transfer the wounded men. I'll return all of yours. Under parole, of course. It's no secret I'm short of medical supplies, and they'll receive better care from their own surgeon." The Highlander's face showed nothing, but he paused. "You wouldn't tell me how many there be?" He was silent for a moment, then speaking very fast, he said, "The time you set is within my discretion, Colonel." He held out a bulky dispatch case. "My credentials and instructions." "'Twas a bloody battle, Colonel." "How many of my laddies have ye killed?" Falkenberg and Glenda Ruth glanced at each other. "There's a bond between those who have been in combat together, and it can include those of the other side." The Covenant officer stood impassively, unwilling to say more, but his eyes pleaded with them. "We counted 409 bodies, Major," Glenda Ruth told him gently. "And," she looked at Falkenberg, who nodded, "we brought in another 370 wounded. The usual combat ratio is 4 men wounded to each killed. Nearly 1,600 Covenanters must have been taken out of action in the assault. Toward the end, the Highlanders were losing men in their efforts to recover their dead and wounded." "Less than 400, the Major said sadly. He stood to rigid attention. "Pay your men search the ground well, Colonel. There's more of my lads out there." He saluted and waited for the blindfold to be fixed again. "I thank you, Colonel." As the mercenary officer was led away, Falkenberg turned to Glenda Ruth with a wistful smile. "Try to bribe him with money, and he'd challenge me. But when I offer him his men back..." He shook his head sadly. "Have they really given up?" Glenda Ruth asked. "Yes, the truce finishes it. Their only chance was to break through before we brought up more ammunition and reserves, and they know it. But why? In the last revolution they were so terrible, and now, why?" "It's the weakness of mercenaries," Falkenberg explained crisply. "The fruits of victory belong to our employers, not us. Friedland can't lose her armor and Covenant can't lose her men, or they've nothing more to sell. But they fought before." "Sure, in a fluid battle of maneuver. A frontal assault is always the most costly kind of battle. They tried to force the passage, and we beat them fairly. Honor is satisfied. Now the Confederacy will have to bring up its own regulars if they want to force a way through the Gap. I don't think they'll squander men like that, and anyway it takes time. Meanwhile we've got to go to Allensport and deal with a crisis." "Nay. What's wrong there?" she asked. "This came in regimental code this morning." He handed her a message flimsy. "Falkenberg. From Svoboda. Break. Patriot. Army. Looting. Allensport. Stop. Request. Court. Of. Inquiry. Investigate possible violations of laws of foe. War. Stop. Extremely inadvisable. 4. May. 2. Go. Within your orders. 2. Join regiment. Stop. Patriot Army actions provoking sabotage and revolt among townspeople and miners. Stop. My security forces may be required to hold the city. Stop. Await your orders. Stop. Respectfully, Anton Svoboda. Break. Message ends. XRD. She read it twice. My God, Colonel, what's going on there? I don't know, he said grimly. I intend to find out. Will you come with me as a representative of the Patriot Council? Of course, but shouldn't we send for Howard Bannister? The council elected him president. If we need him, we'll get him. Sergeant Major. Sir, put Miss Horton's things on the troop carrier with mine. I'll take the headquarters guard platoon to Allensport. Sir, Colonel, you'll want me along, will I? I suppose so, Sergeant Major. Get your gear aboard. Sir, it's probably already there, of course. Let's move out. The personnel carrier took them to a small airfield where a jet waited. It was one of 40 on the planet, and it would carry 100 men, but it burned fuel needed for ammunition transport. Until the oil fields around Doak's Ferry could be secured, it was fuel they could hardly afford. The plane flew across Patriot-held areas, staying well away from the isolated Confederate strongpoints remaining west of the Gap. Aircraft had little chance of surviving in a combat environment when any infantryman could carry target-seeking rockets, while trucks could carry equipment to defeat airborne counter-measures. They crossed the Columbia Valley and turned southwest over the broad forests of Ford Heights Plateau, then west again to avoid Preston Bay, where pockets of Confederates remained after the fall of the main fortress. You do the same thing, don't you? Glenda Ruth said suddenly. When we assaulted Preston Bay, you let my people take the casualties. Falkenberg nodded. For 2 reasons. I'm as reluctant to lose troops as the Highlanders, and without the regiment you'd not hold the Patriot areas 1,000 hours. You need us as an intact force, not a pile of corpses. Yes, it was true enough, but those were her friends who died in the assault. Would the outcome be worth it? Would Falkenberg let it be worth it? Captain Svoboda met them at the Allensport field. Glad to see you, sir. It's pretty bad in town. Just what happened, Captain? Svoboda looked critically at Glenda Ruth, but Falkenberg said, Report. Yes, sir. When the provisional governor arrived, I turned over administration of the city as ordered. At that time, the peninsula was pacified, largely due to the efforts of Mayor Hastings, who wants to avoid damage to the city. Hastings believes Franklin will send a large army from the home planet and says he sees no point in getting loyalists killed and the city burned in resistance that won't change the final outcome anyway. Poor Roger. He always tries to be reasonable, and it never works, Glenda Ruth said. But Franklin will send troops. Possibly, Falkenberg said. But it takes time for them to mobilize and organize transport. Continue Captain Svoboda. Sir? The governor posted a list of proscribed persons whose property was forfeit. If that wasn't enough, he told his troops that if they found any Confederate government property, they could keep half its value. You'll see the results when we get to town, Colonel. There was looting and fire that my security forces and the local fire people only barely managed to control. Oh, Lord, Glenda Ruth murmured. Why? Svoboda curled his lip. Looters often do that, Miss Horton. You can't let troops sack a city and not expect damage. The outcome was predictable, Colonel. Many townspeople took to the hills, particularly the miners. They've taken several of the mining towns back. Yo. Captain Svoboda shrugged helplessly. The railway is cut. The city itself is secure, but I can't say how long. You only left me 150 troops to control 11,000 people, which I did with hostages. The governor brought another 900 men, and that's not enough to rule their way. He's asked Preston Bay for more soldiers. Yo, is that where the first group came from? Glenda Ruth asked. Yes, miss. A number of them anyway. Then it's understandable if not excusable, Colonel, she said. Many ranches on Ford Heights were burned out by Loyalists in the First Revolution. I suppose they think they're paying the Loyalists back. Falkenberg nodded. Sergeant Major. Sir. Put the guard in battle armor and combat weapons. Captain, we are going to pay a call on your provisional governor. Alert your men. Colonel! Glenda Ruth protested. What are you going to do? Miss Horton, I left an undamaged town which is now a nest of opposition. I'd like to know why. Let's go, Svoboda. City Hall stood undamaged among burned-out streets. The town smelled of scorched wood and death, as if there'd been a major battle fought in the downtown area. Falkenberg sat impassive as Glenda Ruth stared unbelievingly at what had been the richest city outside the capital area. I tried, Colonel, Svoboda muttered. He blamed himself anyway. I'd have had to fire on the Patriots and arrest the governor. You were out of communication, and I didn't want to take that responsibility without orders. Should I have, sir? Falkenberg didn't answer. Possible violations of mercenary contracts were always delicate situations. Finally, he said, I can hardly blame you for not wanting to involve the regiment in war with our sponsors. The Patriot Irregular Guards at City Hall protested as Falkenberg strode briskly toward the governor's office. They tried to bar the way, but when they saw his 40 guardsmen in battle armor, they moved aside. The governor was a broad-shouldered former rancher who'd done well in commodities speculation. He was a skilled salesman, master of the friendly grip on the elbow and pat on the shoulder, the casual words in the right places, but he had no experience in military command. He glanced nervously at Sergeant Major Calvin and the grim-faced guards outside his office as Glenda introduced Falkenberg. Governor Jack Solana, she said. The governor was active in the First Revolution, and without his financial help, we'd never have been able to pay your passage here, Colonel. I see. Falkenberg ignored the governor's offered hand. Did you authorize more looting, Governor? He asked. I see some still going on. Your mercenaries have all the tax money, Solana protested. He tried to grin. My troops are being ruined to pay you. Why shouldn't the Fedsimes contribute to the war? Anyway, the real trouble began when a town girl insulted one of my soldiers. He struck her. Some townspeople interfered and his comrades came to help. A riot started and someone called out the garrison to stop it. And you lost control, Falkenberg said. The traitors got no more than they deserve anyway. Don't think they didn't loot cities when they won, Colonel. These men have seen ranches burned out, and they know Allensport's a nest of Fed-simp traitors. I see. Falkenberg turned to his provost. Captain, had you formally relinquished control to Governor Solana before this happened? Yes, sir, as ordered. Then it's none of the regiment's concern. Were any of our troops involved? Svoboda nodded unhappily. I have 7 troopers and Sergeant McGee in arrest, sir. I've held summary court on 6 others myself. What charges are you preferring against McGee? Falkenberg had personally promoted McGee once. The man had a mean streak, but he was a good soldier. Looting, drunk on duty, theft, and conduct prejudicial. And the others? 3 rapes, 4 grand theft, and 1 murder, sir. They're being held for a court. I also request an inquiry into my conduct as commander. Granted. Sergeant Major to die. Sir. Dull. Take custody of the prisoners and convene a general court. What officers have we for an investigation? Captain Greenwood's posted for light duty only by the surgeon, sir. Excellent. Have him conduct a formal inquiry into Captain Svoboda's administration of the city. Sir, what will happen to those men? Glenda Ruth asked. The rapist and murderer will be hanged if convicted. Hard duty for the rest. You'd hang your own men? She asked. She didn't believe it, and her voice showed it. I cannot allow rot in my regiment, Falkenberg snapped. In any event, the Confederacy will protest this violation of the laws of war to the CD. Governor Solana laughed. We protested often enough in the last revolution, and nothing came of it. I think we can chance it. Perhaps. I take it you will do nothing about this? I'll issue orders for the looting to stop. You won't no be stew. Haven't you done so already? Well, yes, Colonel, but the men? Well, they're about over their mad now, I think. If previous orders haven't stopped it, more won't. You'll have to be prepared to punish violators. Are you? I'll be damned if I'll hang my own soldiers to protect traitors. I see. Governor, how do you propose to pacify this area? I've sent for reinforcements. Yes, thank you. If you'll excuse us, Governor, Miss Horton and I have an errand. He hustled Glenda Ruth out of the office. Sergeant Major, bring Mayor Hastings and Colonel Ardway to Captain Svoboda's office. They shot Colonel Ardway, Svoboda said. The mayor's in the city jail. Jail, Falkenberg muttered. Yes, sir. I had the hostages in the hotel, but Governor Solana... I see. Carry on, Sergeant Major. Sir, what do you want now, you bloody bastard? Hastings demanded 10 minutes later. The mayor was haggard, with several days' growth of stubble, and his face and hands showed the grime of confinement without proper hygiene facilities. One thing at a time, Mr. Mayor. Any trouble, Sergeant Major? Calvin grinned. Not much, sir. The officer didn't want no problems with the guard. Colonel, they got all them hostages crammed into cells. What have you done with my wife and children? Roger Hastings demanded frantically. I haven't heard anything for days. Falkenberg looked inquiringly at Svoboda, but got only a headshake. See to the mayor's family, Sergeant Major. Bring them here. Mr. Hastings, do I understand that you believe this is my doing? If you hadn't taken this city, that was a legitimate military operation. Have you charges to bring against my troops? How would I know? Hastings felt weak. He hadn't been fed properly for days, and he was sick with worry about his family. As he leaned against the desk, he saw Glenda Ruth for the first time. You too, eh? It was none of my doing, Roger. He had almost become her father-in-law? She wondered where young Lieutenant Harley Hastings was. Although she'd broken their engagement long ago, their disagreements had mostly been political, and they were still friends. I'm sorry. It was your doing, you and the damned rebels. Oh, sure, you don't like burning cities and killing civilians, but it happens all the same, and you started the war. You can't shed the responsibility. Falkenberg interrupted him. Mr. Mayor, we have mutual interests still. This peninsula raises little food, and your people cannot survive without supplies. I'm told over 1,000 of your people were killed in the riots, and nearly that many are in the hills. Can you get the automated factories and smelters operating with what's left? After all this you expect me to. I won't do one damn thing for you, Falkenberg. I didn't ask if you would, only if it could be done. What difference does it make? I doubt you want to see the rest of your people starving, Mr. Mayor. Captain, take the mayor to your quarters and get him cleaned up. By the time you've done that, Sergeant Major Calvin will know what happened to his family. Falkenberg nodded dismissal and turned to Glenda Ruth. Well, Miss Horton, have you seen enough? I don't understand. I am requesting you to relieve Solana of his post and return administration of this city to the regiment. Will you do it? Good Lord, she thought. I haven't the authority. You've got more influence in the Patriot Army than anyone else. The council may not like it, but they'll take it from you. Meanwhile, I'm sending for the sappers to rebuild this city and get the foundries going. Everything moves so fast. Not even Joshua Horton had made things happen like this man. Colonel, what is your interest in Allensport? It's the only industrial area we control. There will be no more military supplies from off-planet. We hold everything west of the Temblors. The Matson Valley is rising in support of the revolution, and we'll have it soon. We can follow the Matson to Vancouver and take that. And then what? Why? Then we take the capital city. The revolution's over. No, that was the mistake you made last time. Do you really think your farmers, even with the 42nd, can move on to level, roaded ground and fight set-piece battles? We've no chance under those conditions. But he was right. She'd always known it. When they defeated the Friedlanders at the Gap, she dared hope, but the Capital Plains were not hillier Gap. So, it's back to attrition. Falkenberg nodded. We do hold all the agricultural areas. The Confederates will begin to feel the pinch soon enough. Meanwhile, we chew around the edges. Franklin will have to let go. There's no profit in keeping colonies that cost money. They may try landing armies from the homeworld, but they'll not take us by surprise, and they don't have that big an army. Eventually, we'll wear them down. Not all. She nodded sadly. It would be a long war after all, and she'd have to be in it, always raising fresh troops as the ranchers began to go home again. It would be tough enough holding what they had when people realized what they were in for. But how do we pay your troops in a long war? Perhaps you'll have to do without us. You know we can't. And you've always known it. What do you want? Right now, I want you to relieve Solana. Immediately. What's the hurry? As you say, it's going to be a long war. It'll be longer if more of the city is burned. He almost told her more, and cursed himself for the weakness of temptation. She was only a girl, and he'd known thousands of them since Grace left him all those years ago. The bond of combat wouldn't explain it. He'd known other girls who were competent officers, many of them, so why was he tempted at all? I'm sorry, he said gruffly. I must insist. As you say, you can't do without us. Oh, yeah. Glenda Ruth had grown up among politicians and for 4 years had been a revolutionary leader herself. She knew Falkenberg's momentary hesitation was important, and that she'd never find out what it meant. What was under that mask? Was there a man in there making all those whirlwind decisions? Falkenberg dominated every situation he fell into, and a man like that wanted more than money. The vision of Falkenberg seated at a desk pronouncing dooms on her people haunted her still. And yet, there was more. A warrior leader of warriors who had won the adoration of uneducated privates, and men like Jeremy Savage as well. She'd never met anyone like him. I'll do it. She smiled and walked across the room to stand next to him. I don't know why, but I'll do it. Have you got any friends, John Christian Falkenberg? The question startled him. Automatically, he answered, Command can have no friends, Miss Horton. She smiled again. You have one now. There's a condition to my offer. From now on, you call me Glenda Ruth. Please? A curious smile formed on the soldier's face. He regarded her with amusement, but there was something more as well. It doesn't work, you know. What doesn't work? Whatever you're trying. Like me, you've command responsibilities. It's lonely, and you don't like that. The reason command has no friends, Glenda Ruth, is not merely to spare the commander the pain of sending friends to their death. If you haven't learned the rest of it, learn it now, because someday you'll have to betray either your friends or your command, and that's a choice worth avoiding. What now? What am I doing? Am I trying to protect the revolution by getting to know him better? Or is he right? I've no friends either, and he's the only man I ever met who could be. She let the thought fade out, and laid her hand on his for a brief second. Let's go tell Governor Solana, John Christian, and let the little girl worry about her own emotions, will you? She knows what she's doing. No. He stood next to her. They were very close, and for a moment she thought he intended to kiss her. "No, you don't." She wanted to answer, but he was already leaving the room, and she had to hurry to catch him. "I say we only gave the Fedzimp traitors what they deserve," Jack Solana shouted. There was a mutter of approval from the delegates, and open cheers in the bleachers, overlooking the gymnasium floor. "I have great respect for Glenda Ruth, but she is not old Joshua," Solana continued. "Her action in removing me from a post given by President Bannister was without authority. I demand that the council repudiate." There was more applause as Solana took his seat. Glenda Ruth remained at her seat for a moment. She looked carefully at each of the 30 men and women at the horseshoe table, trying to estimate just how many votes she had. Not a majority, certainly, but perhaps a dozen. She wouldn't have to persuade more than 3 or 4 to abandon the Bannister-Solana faction. But what then? The bloc she led was no more solid than Bannister's coalition. Just who would govern the Free States? More men were seated on the gymnasium floor beyond the council table. They were witnesses, but their placement at the focus of the council's attention made it look as if Falkenberg and his impassive officers might be in the dock. Mayor Hastings sat with Falkenberg, and the illusion was heightened by the signs of harsh treatment he'd received. Some of his friends looked even worse. Beyond the witnesses, the spectators chattered among themselves, as if this were a basketball game, rather than a solemn meeting of the supreme authority for 3/4 of New Washington. A gymnasium didn't seem a very dignified place to meet anyway, but there was no larger hall in Astoria Fortress. Finally she stood. "No, I am not my father," she began. "He would have had Jack Solana shot for his actions." "Give it to him, Glenda Ruth," someone shouted from the balcony. Howard Bannister looked up in surprise. "We will have order here." "Pump it, you Preston Bay bastard," the voice replied. The elderly rancher was joined by someone below. "Damn right, Ford Heights don't control the valley." There were cheers at that. "Order! Order!" Bannister's commands drowned the shouting as the technicians turned up the amplifiers to full volume. "Miss Horton, you have the floor." "Thank you. What I was trying to say is that we did not start this revolution to destroy New Washington. We must live with the Loyalists once it is over, and— Fed-Simp, she was engaged to a Fedi soldier. Shut up and let her talk. Order! Order!" Falkenberg sat motionless as the hall returned to silence, and Glenda Ruth tried to speak again. "Bloody noisy lot," Jeremy Savage murmured. Falkenberg shrugged. "Victory does that to politicians." Glenda Ruth described the conditions she'd seen in Allensport. She told of the burned-out city, hostages herded into jail cells. "Serves the Fedzimps right," someone interrupted, but she managed to continue before her supporters could answer. "Certainly they are Loyalists. Over a third of the people in the territory we control are. Loyalists are a majority in the capital city. Will it help if we persecute their friends here? We won't ever take the capital the way we're fighting. Damn right, time we moved on the Feddies. Send the mercenaries in there. Let 'em earn the taxes we pay." This time Bannister made little effort to control the crowd. They were saying what he had proposed to the council, and one reason he supported Solana was because he needed the governor's merchant bloc with him on the war issue. After the crowd had shouted enough about renewing the war, Bannister used the microphone to restore order and let Glenda Ruth speak. The council adjourned for the day without deciding anything. Falkenberg waited for Glenda Ruth and walked out with her. "I'm glad we didn't get a vote today," she told him. "I don't think we'd have won." "Noisy beggars," Major Savage observed again. "Democracy at work," Falkenberg said coldly. "What do you need to convince the council that Solana is unfit as a governor?" "That's not the real issue, John," she answered. "It's really the war. No one is satisfied with what's being done." "I should have thought we were doing splendidly," Savage retorted. "The last Confederate thrust into the mats and ran into your ambush as planned." "Yes, that was brilliant," Glenda Ruth said. "Hardly. It was the only possible attack route," Falkenberg answered. "You're very quiet, Mayor Hastings." They had left the gymnasium and were crossing the parade ground to the barracks where the Friedlanders had been quartered. Falkenberg's troops had it now, and they kept the Allensport officials with them. I'm afraid of that vote, Hastings said. If they send Solana back, we'll lose everything. Then support me, Falkenberg snapped. My engineers already have the automated factories and mills in reasonable shape. With some help from you, they'd be running again. Then I'd have real arguments against Solana's policies. But that's treason, Hastings protested. You need the Allensport industry for your war effort. Colonel, it's a hell of a way to thank you for rescuing my family from that butcher, but I can't do it. I suppose you're expecting a miracle to save you? Falkenberg asked. No, but what happens if you win? How long will you stay on the Rainier Peninsula? Bannister's people will be there one of these days, Colonel. My only chance is for the Confederacy to bring in Franklin troops and crush the lot of you. And you'll be ruled from Franklin, Glenda Ruth said. They won't give you as much home rule as you had last time. I know, Roger said miserably. But what can I do? This revolt ruined our best chance. Franklin might have been reasonable in time. I was going to give good government to everyone. But you finished that. All of Franklin's satraps weren't like you, Roger, Glenda Ruth said. And don't forget their war policies. They'd have got us sucked into their schemes and eventually we'd have been fighting the CoDominium itself. Colonel Falkenberg can tell you what it's like to be victim of a CD punitive expedition. Christ, I don't know what to do, Roger said unhappily. Falkenberg muttered something which the others didn't catch, then said Glenda Ruth, If you will excuse me, Major Savage and I have administrative matters to discuss. I would be pleased if you'd join me for dinner in the officers' mess at 1900 hours. I'm the Dayton. Why, thank you, John. I'd like to, but I must see the other delegates tonight. We may be able to win that vote tomorrow. Falkenberg shrugged. I doubt it. If you can't win it, can you delay it? For a few days, perhaps. Why? It might help, that's all. If you can't make dinner, the regiment's officers are entertaining guests in the mess, until quite late. Will you join us when you're done with politics? Thank you. Yes, I will. As she crossed the parade ground to her own quarters, she wished she knew what Falkenberg and Savage were discussing. It wouldn't be administration. Did it matter what the council decided? She looked forward to seeing John later, and the anticipation made her feel guilt. What is there about the man that does this to me? He's handsome enough. Broad shoulders and thoroughly military. Nonsense. I am damned if I'll believe in some atavistic compulsion to fall in love with warriors. I don't care what the anthropologists say. So why do I want to be with him? She pushed the thought away. There was something more important to think about. What would Falkenberg do if the council voted against him? And beyond that, what would she do when he did it? Falkenberg led Roger Hastings into his office. Please be seated, Mr. Mayor. Roger sat uncomfortably. Look, Colonel, I'd like to help, but... Mayor Hastings, would the owners of the Allensport Industries rather have half of a going concern, or all of nothing? What's that supposed to mean? I will guarantee protection of the foundries and smelters in return for a half interest in them. When Hastings looked up in astonishment, Falkenberg continued, Why not? Solana will seize them anyway. If my regiment is part owner, I may be able to stop. Oh, what? It wouldn't mean anything if I granted it, Hastings protested. The owners are on Franklin. You are the ranking Confederate official for the entire Rainier Peninsula, Falkenberg said carefully. Legal or not, I want your signature on this grant. He handed Roger a sheaf of papers. Hastings read them carefully. Colonel, this also confirms a land grant given by the rebel government. I can't do that. Why not? It's all public land, and that is in your power. The document states that in exchange for protection of lives and property of the citizens of Allensport, you are awarding certain lands to my regiment. It notes that you don't consider a previous grant by the Patriot government to be valid. There's no question of treason. You do want Allensport protected against Solana, don't you? Are you offering to double-cross the Patriots? No. My contract with Bannister specifically states that I cannot be made party to violations of the laws of war. This document hires me to enforce them in an area already pacified. It doesn't state who might violate. You're skating on damned thin ice, Colonel. If the council ever saw this paper, they'd hang you for treason. Roger read it again. I see no harm in signing, but I tell you in advance the Confederacy won't honor it. If Franklin wins this, they'll throw you off this planet. If they don't have you shot, well, dear now, wanna say. Let me worry about the future, Mr. Mayor. Right now your problem is protecting your people. You can help with that by signing. I doubt it, Hastings said. He reached for a pen. So long as you know there isn't a shadow of validity to this, because I'll be countermanded from the home world. He scrawled his name and title across the papers and handed them back to Falkenberg. Glenda Ruth could hear the regimental party across the wide parade ground. As she approached with Hiram Black, they seemed to be breasting their way upstream through waves of sound. The crash of drums, throbbing, wailing bagpipes, mixed with off-key songs from intoxicated male baritone. It was worse inside, when done. As they entered, a flashing saber swept within inches of her face. A junior captain saluted and apologized in a stream of words. I was showing Oberleutnant Marks a new parry I learned on Sparta, Missy. Please forgive me. When she nodded, the captain drew his companion to one side, and the saber whirled again. That's a Friedland officer. All the Friedlanders are here, Glenda Ruth said. Hiram Black nodded grimly. The captured mercenaries wore dress uniform, green and gold, contrasting with the blue and gold of Falkenberg's men. Medals flashed in the bright overhead lights. She looked across the glittering room and saw the colonel at a table on the far side. Falkenberg and his companion stood when she reached the table after a perilous journey across the crowded floor. Pipers marched past, pouring out more sound. Falkenberg's face was flushed, and she wondered if he were drunk. Miss Morton, may I present Major Oscar von Thoma, he said formally. Major von Thoma commands the Friedland Artillery Battalion. She didn't know what to say. The Friedlanders were enemies, and Falkenberg was introducing her to the officer as his guest. My pleasure, she stammered. And this is Colonel Hiram Black. Von Thoma clicked his heels. The men stood stiffly until she was seated next to Falkenberg. That kind of chivalry had almost vanished, but somehow it seemed appropriate here. As the stewards brought glasses, von Thoma turned to Falkenberg. You ask too much, he said. Besides, you may have fired the lands from the barrels by then. If we have, we'll reduce the price, Falkenberg said cheerfully. He noted Glenda Ruth's puzzled expression. Major von Thoma has asked if he can buy his guns back when the campaign is ended. He doesn't care for my terms. Hiram Black observed dryly. Seems to me the council's going to want a say in fixin' that price, General Falkenberg. Falkenberg snorted contemptuously. No, he is drunk, Glenda Ruth thought. It doesn't show much, but do I know him that well already? Those guns were taken by the 42nd without council help. I will see to it that they aren't used against patriots, and the council has no further interest in the matter. Falkenberg turned to Glenda Ruth. Will you win the vote tomorrow? There won't be a vote tomorrow. So you can't win, Falkenberg muttered. Expected that. What about the war policy vote? They'll be debating for the next 2 days. She looked nervously at Major von Thoma. I don't want to be impolite, but should we discuss that with him at the table? I understand. Von Thoma got unsteadily to his feet. We will speak of this again, Colonel. It has been my pleasure, Miss Horton. Colonel Black. He bowed stiffly to each and went to the big center table where a number of Friedland officers were drinking with Falkenbergs. John, is this wise? She asked. Some of the councilors are already accusing you of not wanting to fight. Hell, they're calling him a traitor, Black interrupted. Soft on Fedsiums consorting with the enemy? They don't even like you recruiting new men to replace your losses. Black hoisted a glass of whiskey and drained it at one gulp. I wish some of 'em had been riding up the valley with us. Glenda Ruth, that was some ride. And when Captain Fraser runs out of fuel, Falkenberg tells him, cool as you please, to use bicycles. Black chuckled in remembrance. I'm serious, Glenda Ruth protested. John Bannister hates you. I think he always has. The stewards brought whiskey for Falkenberg. Wine or whiskey, miss? One asked. Wine. John, please. They're going to order you to attack the capital. Interesting. His features tightened suddenly, and his eyes became alert. Then he relaxed and let the whiskey take effect. If we obey those orders, I'll need Major Von Thoma's good offices to get my equipment back. Doesn't Bannister know what will happen if we let them catch us on those open plains? Howie Bannister knows his way round a conspiracy better'n he does a battlefield, General Black observed. We give him the Secretary of War title, 'cause we thought he'd drive a hard bargain with you, but he's not much on battles. I've noticed, Falkenberg said. He laid his hand on Glenda Ruth's arm and gently stroked it. It was the first time he'd ever touched her, and she sat very still. This is supposed to be a party, Falkenberg laughed. He looked up and caught the mess president's eye. Lieutenant, have Pipe Major give us a song. The room was instantly still. Glenda Ruth felt the warmth of Falkenberg's hand. The soft caress promised much more, and she was suddenly glad. But there was a stab of fear as well. He'd spoken so softly, yet all those people had stopped their drinking. The drums ceased, the pipes, everything, at his one careless nod. Power like that was frightening. The burly Pipe Major selected a young tenor. One pipe and a snare drum played as he began to sing. Oh, hey ye nay, heard of the false sacred, hey ye nay, heard of the King Lord Scroop, for he, town the Kinmont Willie, to Harrowby for to hang him up. Aye. John, please listen, she pleaded. They hae town the news to the bold Buccleuch, in Branksome Ha, where he did lay, that Lord Scroop has town the Kinmont Willie, between the hours of night and day. He has tamed the table wi' his hand, he has made the red wine spring on high. Now, Christ's curse be on my head, he said, but avenged of Lord Scroop I will be. No, right. John, really. Perhaps you should listen, he said gently. He raised his glass as the young voice rose and the tempo gathered. Oh, is my basnet a widow's kirch, or my lance the wand of the willow tree? And is my hand a lady's lily hand, that this English lord should lightly me? The song ended. Falkenberg signaled to the steward. We'll have more to drink, he said, and no more talk of politics. They spent the rest of the evening enjoying the party. Both the Friedlanders and Falkenberg's mercenary officers were educated men, and it was a very pleasant evening for Glenda Ruth to have a room full of warriors competing to please her. They taught her the dances and wild songs of a dozen cultures, and she drank far too much. Finally he stood. I'll see you back to your quarters, Falkenberg told her. All right. She took his arm, and they went through the thinning crowd. Do you often have parties like this? She asked. When we can. They reached the door. A white-coated private appeared from nowhere to open it for them. He had a jagged scar across his face that ran down his neck until it disappeared into his collar, and she thought she would be afraid to meet him anywhere else. Good night, miss, the private said. His voice had a strange quality, almost husky, as if he were very concerned about her. They crossed the parade ground. The night was clear, and the sky was full of stars. The sounds of the river rushing by came faintly up to the old fortress. I didn't want it ever to end, she said. Why? Because you've built an artificial world in there, a wall of glory to shut out the realities of what we do, and when it ends we go back to the war. And back to whatever you meant when you had that boy sing that sinister old border ballad. That's well put, a wall of glory. Perhaps that's what we do. They reached the block of suites assigned to the senior officers. Her door was next to his. She stood in front of it, reluctant to go inside. The room would be empty, and tomorrow there was the council, and she turned to him and said bitterly, "Does it have to end? I was happy for a few minutes. Now, it doesn't have to end, but do you know what you're doing?" "No, Bao." She turned away from her own door and opened his. He followed, but didn't go inside. She stood in the doorway for a moment, then laughed. "I was going to say something silly. Something like, 'Let's have a last drink.' But I wouldn't have meant that, and you'd have known it. So what's the point of games? There is no point to games. Not between us. Games are for soldiers, girls, and lovers." "John, my God, John, are you as lonely as I am?" "Yes, of course." "Then we can't let the party end. Not while there's a single moment it can go on." She went inside his room. After a few moments he followed and closed the door. During the night, she was able to forget the conflict between them. But when she left his quarters in the morning, the ballad returned to haunt her. She knew she must do something, but she couldn't warn Bannister. The council, the revolution, independence, none of them had lost their importance. But though she would serve those causes, she felt apart from them. "I'm a perfect fool," she told herself. But fool or not, she could not warn Bannister. Finally, she persuaded the president to meet John away from the shouting masses of the council chamber. Bannister came directly to the point. "Colonel, we can't keep a large army in the field indefinitely. Miss Morton's Valley ranchers may be willing to pay these taxes, but most of our people can't." "Just what did you expect when you began this?" Falkenberg asked. "A long war," Bannister admitted. "But your initial successes raised hopes, and we got a lot of supporters we hadn't expected. They demand an end." "Fair weather soldiers." Falkenberg snorted. "Common enough, but why did you let them gain so much influence in your council?" "Because there were a lot of them." "And they all support you for president," Glenda Ruth thought. "While my friends and I were out at the front, you were back here organizing the newcomers, grabbing for power. You're not worth the life of one of those soldiers. John's or mine." "After all, this is a democratic government," Bannister said, "and thus quite unable to accomplish anything that takes sustained effort. Can you afford this egalitarian democracy of yours? You were not hired to restructure our government," Bannister shouted. Falkenberg activated his desktop map. "Look, we have the plains ringed with troops. The irregulars can hold the passes and swamps practically forever. Any real threat of a breakthrough can be held by my regiment in mobile reserve. The Confederates can't get at us, but we can't risk a battle in the open with them. I will see all blah." "So what can we do?" Bannister demanded. "Franklin is sure to send reinforcements. If we wait, we lose." "I doubt that. They've no assault boats either. They can't land in any real force on our side of the line, and what good does it do them to add to their force in the capital? Eventually we starve them out. Franklin itself must be hurt by the loss of the corn shipments. They won't be able to feed their army forever." "No. A mercenary paradise," Bannister muttered. "A long war and no fighting. Damn it, you've got to attack while we've still got troops. I tell you, our support is melting away. If we put our troops out where von Mellenthin's armor can get at them with room to maneuver, they won't melt, they'll burn." "You tell him," Glenda Ruth, Bannister said. "He won't listen to me." She looked at Falkenberg's impassive face and wanted to cry. "John, he may be right. I know my people, they can't hold on forever. Even if they could, the council is going to insist." His look didn't change. "There's nothing I can say," she thought. "Nothing I know that he doesn't, because he's right, but he's wrong too. These are only civilians in arms. They're not Iron Men. All the time my people are guarding those passes their ranches are going to ruin. Is Howard right? Is this a mercenary paradise, and you're not even trying?" But she didn't want to believe that. Unwanted, the vision she'd had that lonely night at the pass returned. She fought it with the memory of the party and afterwards. "Just what the hell are you waiting on, Colonel Falkenberg?" Bannister demanded. Falkenberg said nothing, and Glenda Ruth wanted to cry, but she did not. 22-0. The council had not voted 6 days later. Glenda Ruth used every parliamentary trick her father had taught her during the meetings, and after they adjourned each day, she hustled from delegate to delegate. She made promises she couldn't keep, exploited old friends and made new ones, and every morning she was sure only that she could delay a little longer. She wasn't sure herself why she did it. The war vote was linked to the reappointment of Solana as governor in Allensport, and she did know that the man was incompetent, but mostly after the debates and political meetings, Falkenberg would come for her, or send a junior officer to escort her to his quarters, and she was glad to go. They seldom spoke of politics, or even talked much at all. It was enough to be with him, but when she left in the mornings, she was afraid again. He'd never promised her anything. On the 6th night, she joined him for a late supper. When the orderlies had taken the dinner cart, she sat moodily at the table. "This is what you meant, isn't it?" she asked. "About what?" "That I'd have to betray either my friends or my command. But I don't even know if you're my friend. John, what am I going to do?" Very gently, he laid his hand against her cheek. "You're going to talk sense and keep them from appointing Solana and Allensport. What are we waiting for?" He shrugged. "Would you rather it came to an open break? There'll be no stopping them if we lose this vote. The mob's demanding your arrest right now. For the past 3 days, Calvin has had the headquarters guard on full alert, in case they're fool enough to try it." No. She shuddered, but before she could say more, he lifted her gently to her feet and pressed her close to him. Once again her doubts vanished, but she knew they'd be back. Who was she betraying? And for what? The crowd shouted before she could speak. "Mercenary's whore," someone called. Her friends answered with more epithets, and it was 5 minutes before Bannister could restore order. "How long can I keep it up?" "At least another day or so, I suppose." "Am I his whore? If I'm not, I don't know what I am. He's never told me." She carefully took papers from her briefcase, but there was another interruption. A messenger strode quickly, almost running, across the floor to hand a flimsy message to Howard Bannister. The pudgy president glanced at it, then began to read more carefully. The hall fell silent as everyone watched Bannister's face. The president showed a gamut of emotions: surprise, bewilderment, then carefully controlled rage. He read the message again and whispered to the messenger, who nodded. Bannister lifted the microphone. "Counselors, I suppose it would be simpler to read this to you. Provisional Government. Free States of Washington. From CDSN. Cruiser. Intrepid. Break. We are in a receipt of fraud. Documented complaint from Confederate government that free states are in violation of laws of war. Stop this vessel. Ordered to investigate. Stop landing. Boat arrives Astoria. 1600 hours. This day. Stop. Provisional government must bear prepared to dispatch armistice commission to meet with delegates from Confederacy and CoDominium investigating officers immediately upon arrival of landing boat. Stop commanding officers all the mercenary forces ordered to be present to give evidence. Stop. Break. John Grant, Captain. CoDominium? Space. Navy. Break. Message. Enzies. There was a moment of hushed silence, then the gymnasium erupted in sound. Investigate us? Goddamn CD is armistice hell! Falkenberg caught Glenda Ruth's eye. He gestured toward the outside and left the hall. She joined him minutes later. I really ought to stay, John. We've got to decide what to do. What you decide has just become unimportant, Falkenberg said. Your council doesn't hold as many cards as it used to. John, what will they do? He shrugged. Try to stop the war now that they're here. I suppose it never occurred to Solana that a complaint from Franklin industrialists is more likely to get seedy attention than a similar squawk from a bunch of farmers. You expected this. Was this what you were waiting for? Something like this. You know more than you're saying. John, why won't you tell me? I know you don't love me, but haven't I a right to know? He stood at stiff attention in the bright reddish-tinted sunlight for a long time. Finally he said, Glenda Ruth, nothing's certain in politics and war. I once promised something to a girl, and I couldn't deliver it. But we've each command responsibilities, and each other. Will you believe me when I say I've tried to keep you from having to choose, and keep myself from the same choice? You better get ready. A CD court of inquiry isn't in the habit of waiting for people, and they're due in little more than an hour. The court was to be held aboard Intrepid. The 400-meter bottle-shaped warship in orbit around New Washington was the only neutral territory available. When the Patriot delegates were piped aboard, the Marines in the landing dock gave Bannister the exact honors they'd given the Confederate Governor-General, then hustled the delegation through gray steel corridors to a petty officer's lounge reserved for it. Governor-General Forrest of the Confederacy is already aboard, sir, the Marine sergeant escort told them. Captain would like to see Colonel Falkenberg in his cabin in 10 minutes. Bannister looked around the small lounge. I suppose it's bugged, he said. Colonel, what happens now? Falkenberg noted the artificially friendly tone Bannister had adopted. The captain and his advisors will hear each of us privately. If you want witnesses summoned, he'll take care of that. When the court thinks the time proper, he'll bring both parties together. The CD usually tries to get everyone to agree, rather than impose some kind of settlement. No. And if we can't agree? Falkenberg shrugged. They might let you fight it out. They might order mercenaries off planet and impose a blockade. They could even draw up their own settlement and order you to accept it. What happens if we just tell them to go away? What can they do? Bannister demanded. Falkenberg smiled tightly. They can't conquer the planet because they haven't enough Marines to occupy it, but there's not a lot else they can't do, Mr. President. There's enough power aboard this cruiser to make New Washington uninhabitable. You don't have either planetary defenses or a fleet. I'd think a long time before I made Captain Grant angry. And on that score, I've been summoned to his cabin. Falkenberg saluted. There was no trace of mockery in the gesture, but Bannister grimaced as the soldier left the lounge. Falkenberg was conducted past Marine sentries to the captain's cabin. The orderly opened the door and let him in, then withdrew. John Grant was a tall, thin officer with premature graying hair that made him look older than he was. As Falkenberg entered, Grant stood and greeted him with genuine warmth. Good to see you, John Christian. He extended his hand and looked over his visitor with pleasure. You're keeping fit enough. So are you, Johnny. Falkenberg's smile was equally genuine. And the family's well? Inez and the kids are fine. My father's dead. Sorry to hear that. Captain Grant brought his chair from behind his desk and placed it facing Falkenberg's. Unconsciously, he dogged it into place. It was a release for him, I think. Single-passenger flyer accident. Falkenberg frowned, and Grant nodded. Coroner said accident, the captain said. But it could have been suicide. He was pretty broken up about Sharon. But you don't know that story, do you? No matter. My kid's sister's fine. They've got a good place on Sparta. New one trial. Grant reached to his desk to touch a button. A steward brought brandy and glasses. The Marine set up a collapsible table between them, then left. The Grand Admiral all right? Falkenberg asked. He's hanging on. Grant drew in a deep breath and let it out quickly. Just barely, though. Despite everything Uncle Martin could do, the budget's lower again this year. I can't stay here long, John. Another patrol, and it's getting harder to cover these unauthorized missions in the log. Have you accomplished your job? Yeah, went quicker than I thought. I've spent the last 100 hours wishing we'd arranged to have you arrive sooner. He went to the screen controls on the cabin bulkhead. Got that complaint signaled by a merchantman as we came in, Grant said. Surprised hell out of me. Here, let me get that. They've improved the damn thing and it's tricky. He played with the controls until New Washington's inhabited areas showed on the screen. Okay? Right. Why? Falkenberg spun dials to show the current military situation on the planet below. Stalemate, he said. As it stands. But once you order all mercenaries off planet, we won't have much trouble taking the capital area. Christ, John, I can't do anything as raw as that. If the Friedlanders go, you have to go as well. Hell, you've accomplished the mission. The rebels may have a hell of a time taking the capital without you, but it doesn't really matter who wins. Neither one of them's going to build a fleet for a while after this war's over. Good work. Yo. Falkenberg nodded. That was Sergei Lermontov's plan. Neutralize this planet with minimum CD investment and without destroying the industries. Something came up though, Johnny, and I've decided to change it a bit. The regiment's staying. But I... Just hold on, Falkenberg said. He grinned broadly. I'm not a mercenary within the meaning of the act. We've got a land grant, Johnny. You can leave us as settlers, not mercenaries. Oh, come off it. Grant's voice showed irritation. A land grant by a rebel government not in control? Look, nobody's going to look too dose at what I do, but Franklin can buy one grand senator anyway. I can't risk it, John. Wish I could. What if the grant's confirmed by the local loyalist government? Falkenberg asked impishly. Well, then it'd be okay. How in hell did you manage that? Grant was grinning again. Have a drink and tell me about it. He poured for both of them. And where do you fit in? Falkenberg looked up at Grant, and his expression changed to something like astonishment. You won't believe this, Johnny. From the look on your face, you don't either. Not sure I do. Johnny, I've got a girl. A soldier's girl. And I'm going to marry her. She's leader of most of the rebel army. There are a lot of politicians around who think they count for something, but he made a sharp gesture with his right hand. Marry the queen and become king, huh? She's more like a princess. Anyway, the loyalists aren't going to surrender to the rebels without a fight. That complaint they sent was quite genuine. There's no rebel the loyalists will trust, not even Glenda Ruth. Grant nodded comprehension. Enter the soldier who enforced the laws of war. He's married to the princess and commands the only army around. What's your real stake here, John Christian? Falkenberg shrugged. Maybe the princess won't leave the kingdom. Anyway, Lermontov's trying to keep the balance of power. God knows somebody's got to. Fine. The Grand Admiral looks 10 years ahead, but I'm not sure the CoDominium's going to last 10 years, Johnny. And Ray. Grant slowly nodded agreement. His voice fell, and took on a note of awe. Neither am I. It's worse just in the last few weeks. The old man's going out of his mind. One thing, though. There are some grand senators trying to hold it together. Some of them have given up the rusky American fights to stand together against their own governments. You are now. Enough? Can they do it? I wish I knew. Grant shook his head in bewilderment. I always thought the CoDominium was the one stable thing on old Earth, he said wonderingly. Now it's all we can do to hold it together. The nationalists keep winning, John, and nobody knows how to stop them. He drained his glass. The old man's going to hate losing you. Yeah, we've worked together a long time. Falkenberg looked wistfully around the cabin. Once he'd thought this would be the high point of his life, to be captain of a CD warship. Now he might never see one again. Then he shrugged. "There's worse places to be, Johnny," Falkenberg said. "Do me a favor, will you? When you get back to Luna Base, ask the Admiral to see that all copies of that new Washington Mineral Survey are destroyed. I'd hate for somebody to learn there really is something here worth grabbing." "Oh, okay. You're a long way from anything, John." "I know. But if things break up around Earth, this may be the best place to be. Look, Johnny, if you need a safe base someday, we'll be here. Tell the old man that." "Sure. Sure." Grant gave Falkenberg a twisted grin. "Can't get over it. Going to marry the girl, are you? I'm glad for both of you." "Thanks." "King John I. What kind of government will you set up anyway?" "Hadn't thought. Myths change. Maybe people are ready for monarchy again at that. We'll think of something, Glenda Ruth and I." "I just bet you will. She must be one hell of a girl." "She is that." Toast to the bride, then." They drank, and Grant refilled their glasses. Then he stood. "One last, eh? To the CoDominium." Falkenberg stood and raised his glass. They drank the toast while below them, New Washington turned, and 100 parsecs away, Earth armed for her last battle. The end.